Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim, and this is Wasteful Wednesday. I'm definitely concerned about the news right now. We got a Texas church bus crash that killed 12 people, 3 injured in a collision with a pickup truck. It just shows you how dangerous our highways can be. You know, you're traveling along thinking everything's fine, and somebody makes the wrong move, boom. So hopefully the families that are enduring this horrible tragedy will get through it okay. Another little bit of news that came into our show: Ivanka Trump is now going to be taking a job at the White House, a non-paying job, but apparently her position and location in the West Wing necessitates that she's working there. So this is another case of nepotism, where Donald Trump is giving his family members much too much access, and without any oversight by Donald Trump on the issue of Russia. Our government is now dealing with a kind of a failed attempt by our Senate in trying to find answers to what Donald Trump really did with Russia prior to the election. The recent work of Devin Nunes has been completely inept. He going into the White House, talking to Donald about information that he was not supposed to be privy to, is a huge mistake. And I believe that Devin should recuse himself from the role of investigating this. I believe he's completely contaminated. Donald can manipulate people, and that's not what we need here. We need an honest appraisal of Russia's involvement. Now, we do know that Donald and his cabinet were in touch with Russia prior to the election. Ivanka was in touch with Putin's girlfriend. Yeah. Putin's girlfriend was actually a good friend, and still is. Was recently at Ivanka and Jared Kushner's house at Shabbat about 4 weeks ago. Putin's girlfriend. Yeah, and Ivanka was meeting with Putin's girlfriend August 16th, 2016. Jared Kushner met with the Russians in October. Donald Trump Jr. got a $50,000 speaking engagement in November before the election. We have Russian contamination of our government under Trump. So because Devin Nunes did such a bad job, we now have to pull all the information that's surrounding him and put it in the hands of an objective group, and I'm sure the Senate will do something right. But they haven't done that yet. He's still continuing this charade of an investigation. We know for a fact that Donald Trump has been trying to work with Putin to get rid of sanctions that Russia has been having. This is a gross violation of the Logan Act. I'm sorry I'm yelling at you. I heard that North Korea was threatening war with the U.S. after Senator John McCain called despot Kim Jong-un a crazy fat kid. Yeah, crazy fat kid. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with John McCain or North Korea bantering back and forth, saber rattling. It's really something that's quite normal. And you're hearing a lot of people on the alt networks, on the alt-right blogosphere, talking about North Korea now targeting Seattle and Los Angeles. Believe me, the alt-right groups out there that are just making up stories left and right to defer the claims about Russia's contamination with Trump, they're just coming up with any story they can to divert your attention. That's really what's happening. So Ivanka is going to be working at the White House. That's a given. She's becoming part of the team. Yeah. So that's basically what I mean. It's out of our control. Trump still doesn't have a public trust fund with his assets in it. He is now handling business himself out of the White House as well as government operations. A gross violation in every way. His public disclosure laws have been, whenever he tweets and misspells things, Trump is violating when he pulls the tweets down. He's violating public disclosure laws. So he's got all kinds of things that are going wrong on the inside of his cabinet. What he's going to be doing over the next few months, who knows? Probably talking to lawyers and realizing he's screwed, because they will be indicting him, and I'm sure of it. It's going down the pipes. It's happening. There's so much involvement. But what's really interesting is that Podesta was involved too. He got 75,000 shares from a Russian company for something back when he was with Clinton. And this has been going on for some time, Russian payoffs of our government officials. So we have a contamination issue that runs all the way through the Clinton administration, all the way through the Obama administration, and all the way through the Trump administration. So essentially our country's been contaminated. So we've got problems. Now you, the people, can decide whether you want an honest person in 2020 or a person who's obviously on the take. And that's your big decision that you have to make. So that's where we're headed. We've also got to start focusing on cleaning our environment because Trump doesn't give a crap. There are a lot of people that are very upset that he doesn't care about the obvious climate change that's happening. And many people don't realize that this is chemtrail related. Geoengineering, weather modification is going on right as we speak. And these people that are doing that are getting complete federal immunity. They don't even have any oversight over these chemtrail operations. Our government is doing it on the QT. While they're spraying our heads with chemicals, we're sitting here going, wondering why we're going, a little brain dead. While they dump lithium and all kinds of things, heavy metals, on our skies above us. On our skies above us, this is the kind of thing that's going on. So Trump won't even talk about this because he's owned. He's a puppet for the people that are doing this. And they're never going to stop. Their plan is to create and trigger global climate change as fast as they can do it. The reason, and this is their theory, is they'll get rid of the population, the human population, so that they can take over from underground. This is a very bizarre theory that is playing out over time. We're seeing this. Trump has reversed the rule that would allow coal mining toxins to be dumped in rivers. Well, I hope it works out. There is no global plan, no. No, I disagree. I'm not going to face that either. Globalization sucks. It's taken our country and we're manipulated by the world players that are involved. That's leading to this. We have allowed the monetary elitists to control the destiny of our country. And they'll put us in war. They'll do whatever they have to do. We're just their puppets. Okay? Cards Against Humanity. Let's take a look at that. The Cards Against Humanity creator just pledged to buy and publish Congress's browser history. This is interesting how it's going to come back and bite them all. That they made it totally legal for them to have their browser history purchased by advertisers. What a bunch of idiots! Okay, Meow TV has absolute proof that Obama.
Well, I was urging.
Oh, this is absolute proof. 57 seconds. Let's take a look. Absolute proof that Obama spied on Trump. Huh. Okay. Well, it's interesting to find out that a popular game vowed, if Congress voted to attack net neutrality, that he would purchase Congress's browser history and publish it. I think it's fantastic. The guy is really doing the right thing. Yeah, let's get these people who just gave up your privacy to get accountable. I love it.
My former colleagues and frankly speaking, the people on the Hill, it was more actually aimed at telling the Hill people, get as much information as you can, get as much intelligence as you can before President Obama leaves the administration, because I had a fear that somehow that information would disappear with the senior people who left. So it would be hidden away in the bureaucracy, that the Trump folks, if they found out how we knew what we knew about the Trump staff's dealing with Russians, that they would try to compromise those sources and methods, meaning we would no longer have access to that intelligence. So I became very worried because not enough was coming out into the open, and I knew that there was more. We have very good intelligence on Russia. So then I had talked to some of my former colleagues, and I knew that they were trying to also help get information to the Hill.
A lot going on today.
Yeah.
Mark,
that's why you have the leaking. Well, I was...
Excellent. Hey, thank you, Meow TV. I'm really glad that Barack Obama was investigating Donald Trump, because clearly Donald Trump was violating the Logan Act. Yeah, that's really good to know that at least Obama made an attempt to stop this before it got out of control. Obama's got other people to answer to about the fraud on his birth certificate, so that's a separate issue. But this issue is definitely, it's obvious that there was a need to oversee any kind of Russian activities. When somebody's violating the Logan Act and committing felonies after felonies, he's going to be spied on by any agency covering our national security. What the hell's wrong with you? What is wrong with you Trump-tards? You think that somehow saying Trump was spied on is somehow a deflection of the argument? No. He was spied on because he is in fact violating our national security. Thank you. Trump's business network reached alleged Russian mobsters. Oh my God. It's like one after the other. The stories just get better and better. And this is USA Today. That's like mainstream. President Trump and his properties have been linked to at least 10 wealthy former Soviet businessmen with alleged ties to criminal organizations and money laundering, according to USA Today. Fascinating. I'm going to get that on a backup server. Thank you. Hopefully I can play it over there. I'm a winner. Violating the Logan Act, yeah. It's serious. You think I'm kidding? Just because no one's been prosecuted yet, this is exactly what this is for. It's a barrier, it's a safeguard against traitors working for their own personal gain in the White House. I can't believe I have to deal with this every day. I should just tune off all the news and just sit here and meditate in the lotus position. Here we go.
The FBI is investigating whether anyone working for Donald Trump's presidential campaign colluded with Russia. Russia is accused of interfering in the election. USA Today has looked at public documents that show business ties between Trump and properties bearing his name and wealthy people from Russia and the former Soviet Union who have been accused of money laundering and allegedly having connections to organized crime. The White House referred our questions to the Trump Organization, which said Trump and his company worked through middlemen and never had any transactions with these individuals. Steve Hall, a former CIA chief of Russian operations, and Kenneth McCallion, a former federal prosecutor who represented private clients in a lawsuit against Trump's partners, told us that Russian government officials use criminal organizations to enrich themselves, and wealthy Russian investors in Western countries sometimes act on behalf of the Russian government. McCallion alleges that Trump's real estate empire depends on hundreds of millions of dollars provided by Russians who may be under Russian President Vladimir Putin's thumb, giving Putin leverage in his dealings with President Trump. Over the years, Trump and his son, Donald Trump Jr., traveled to Russia to meet with rich Russians about business opportunities and to market condominiums to them. Several other Trump condo buyers were accused in federal indictments of money laundering on behalf of Russian criminal organizations.
Wow, I am blown away. USA Today Network has this fantastic story, very good investigative journalism. I'm glad that some things are kind of turning the corner on this story because it's getting ridiculous. The denial is coming from Donald Trump. The facts are all right there. Every single thing. No, Meow TV and I do not discuss French politics. No. And in the context of this show, I am not in any way trying to manipulate or alter foreign governments. And I am simply making comments related to America and our American foreign policy as it relates to foreign governments. You may ask, is Brexit good for us? Yes, absolutely. Brexit is a great chance for us to get closer to Britain in trade and shore up our strong ally there. Just like I don't believe that Scotland should be breaking away from Britain right now. That's my personal opinion, because it does fortify our relationship with their unified entire nation of Britain. So I'm not in any way trying to alter their politics, though. I'm not banned in Canada, no. No, everybody's able to catch me on the internet. I'm at americasthirdparty.com, broadcasting daily. Anyway, I want to show you the ultimate savings that I'm very proud of here. Globalization is not inevitable. No. In fact, that's ridiculous. it has always been a goal to create regional self-sustaining governments, and that's what the nation-state model is all about. I'm going to show you my new suit, which it doesn't fit me. It's a little large, but I got it at a thrift store, and it's made in Paris, and it feels like it's never been worn before. It's a Pierre Balmain, made in Paris, and I got this at a thrift store for 50 cents. Isn't this amazing? It came with the pants, and I picked up this Van Heusen tie for $2.69. So for $3, I'm walking around in a I don't know what these things cost. Yeah, and I'm going. You see what we can do by reusing things? It feels and looks brand new. I mean, I feel bad for the person that died that ended up giving it up, but it's incredible. It looks super professional. Yeah. So I'm going. How can anyone not start shopping around for value now? Our economy in the world is about value. We're all going to be working with resources that have been around that can still be used. We've got things all around the country like computers. We've got tablets, notebooks that are sitting there in shelves that can be reutilized and pushed somewhere else and sold again. So there's so much now in the technological development that we need to start steering away from the reliance on consumerism as a primary basis for our economy. So Sarah and I wrote a book in 2012 called Hybrid Capitalism, in which we try to incorporate the idea of a mixed economy where people do barter and there's recyclables and renewables all over the place. $12 for Brooks Brothers overcoat. That's not bad, Yankee Doodle Dandy. I don't know, but the suit's awesome. It feels like $1 million. I couldn't have been in a better position at the right time because I heard about the sale going on. I went down there and I looked at the sale rack and they said, yeah, everything on this shelf is 50 cents. And I keyed in on the fabric and I'm going, that is nice fabric. 50 cents, I'll take it. I don't care if it's big. It is a great accomplishment. And I'm proud of the fact that we pushed out new ideas in this book. It's a way of getting the government a return on investment. No longer relies heavily on your taxes. We propose a flat tax of 10% in this book on income over $100,000. So if you make less than $100,000, you're not going to have an income tax. We really want to encourage more money in the economy, more expendable income, because that's one of the reasons why our retail sector is dying. Companies like JCPenney's and Sears are practically boarding up. It's very serious. And our government's done nothing to shore up our key industries. Well, hybrid capitalism is just a way in which we can come up with new ideas where, for instance, like solar panels have been around since 1975. Bell Labs created some amazing, Ma Bell Labs created some amazing solar panels that are still in use today, believe it or not. The fact of the matter is it hasn't evolved. They haven't made solar panels really, really cheap in America. And we're still trying to get more efficient ones because solar panels are no more than 20% efficient. So we're definitely going to see a solar panel revolution, and that's one of the ideas that we pitch in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. It's a concept where we can actually make money from rooftop solar panels, producing energy. And this is a way in which we can actually fund growth. Now, we have an idea of funding this opportunity not with your tax dollars, but rather with renewable energy savings bonds. So we came up with all kinds of new ideas and energy solutions that could be financed with renewable energy savings bonds, kind of like the Boer bonds of the 1940s and 30s that financed World War II. This would be a way of investing and getting a 4% return on investment. So the government would take the lead in producing and mass producing solar panels, wind-powered solutions, vertical windmills, you name it. Lucent Technologies made them. I wouldn't doubt it. Tesla is a guy who smokes crack. He openly admitted to smoking crack just to stay awake all the time. Okay? So when you quote Tesla, please bear in mind this is a guy who's on crack all the time. Producing solar panels, producing anything, Tesla's got problems. He's got lithium-ion battery packs that probably don't have guaranteed technologies in them. He's made mistakes. SpaceX hasn't done that great. And they're talking about going to the moon and back. He can't even get off the ground. And the bottom line is, anybody can talk when they're on crack about all the great things they're going to do, but that's not really what we need. Lucent is part of Bell Labs, yeah. Well, I'm not here to talk about Bell Labs. I'm here to talk about how venture capitalists who've been getting in the way of making cheap solar panels and cheap solutions for our energy needs, they do not want to actually produce things. I encountered this directly. Clymer Perkins had a VP talk to me. I talked to a VP at Clymer Perkins, one of the biggest venture capitalist groups out there. And I asked, is there any way we could actually get solar panels in my area? Can I rep that goal? And they said, no, you can't. Unless you're a producer, you can't rep the idea. Anyway, bottom line is, the venture capitalists just want to make the quick money and then get out of the business. Like Solyndra, they sold Barack Obama on a $540 million investment, all of which we lost money on. We lost $540 million on Solyndra, a solar panel venture capitalist group. Believe me, I'm not here to talk about solar panels and the connection to Lucent Technologies. I'm here to talk about how venture capitalists are getting in the way of mass producing things for low cost at the personal use level. Filters, water filters, they're expensive. I don't care how you cut it, but I mean, even my zero water filter costs $15 for a replacement. And they say I could get up to 15 gallons. I mean, that's $1 a gallon of water. That's a lot of money. So we need to make cheaper filters. Our simple fact is, we have a guy who won a women's weightlifting competition in Australia. I'm against that. I'm against transgenders competing in if you're, whatever your genitalia is, that's where you compete. Now, if you've had your genitals removed, it still was your original genitalia is what you have to compete against. Yes, Trump stole at least 10 or more of my ideas to get elected, and he's dropping them like lead potatoes, like hot potatoes and lead balloons. No, dude, Tesla on crack is different than a person who occasionally imbibes in a little vapor. Crack is a highly addictive drug. Marijuana is not physically addictive at all. Carbon filters should be cheap to make, and we should have a robust system that's a lot cheaper than what we have today. So, getting cheaper filters for everybody, learning how to filter air. Hermaphrodites would be competing in a competition against hermaphrodites. I can't believe I'm being fielded questions on the issue of transgenderism now. My family doesn't have a castle. There's a castle in our name. The Sponheim Castle. It's a beautiful place in Germany, this town of Sponheim. I've never been there, but it's an actual castle that was built by my family line back in the around 600 AD. Yeah, called Burg Sponheim. Here's the city of Sponheim in the Rhineland, or town, I should say. Yeah. So my family came originally from Germany and left this castle around 1100 AD and moved to Norway. Yes, so some of the people who stayed behind managed the castle, and now it's run by a conservatorship. People who are simply trying to help. Yes. Sure, there's some work that needs to be done, but granted, I'm sure all of that will change once I reach the presidency. Look at the way we laid the brick, that tells you a lot about my family line. Laying brick. Now, I'm not related to any Masons, so I'm not a Mason, but we predate the Masons, actually. Yes. Anyway, that's the castle in the background. We're not sure where the guillotine is located. Yeah. You're not qualified. Orange County has a Craigslist item that looks pretty good. Some of you are trying to make money. Scissor Fight has been amazingly scoring some amazing deals out there for people. A lot of people can't even get rid of their baby grand pianos because they're so big. And these things are for free. So if you've got a little kid who loves to play the piano, this is an opportunity in Anaheim, California. That's Anaheim, California. So that's something to look into. So yeah, there's a lot of things to look at here at the castle. I'm not really that interested in talking about the castle, though. But thanks for sharing. I don't live at the castle. I've never been to the castle. I have no connection to the castle. I'm not related to the castle, except through my bloodline, who I am. My bloodline. Y'all know what a bloodline is, right? I don't even know if the castle has internet. Good point. How North Korea could kill 90% of Americans. Oh, let's see. You know, a lot of alt-right concerns are popping up right now about North Korea. You know, it's interesting to see the tighter the squeeze is on Donald Trump and the Russia connection, the more the alt-right talks about North Korea. Yeah, it's just bizarre how this story on the alt-right keeps popping up, but here we are. James Woolsey. You mean the former CIA director? Interesting.
A North Korean missile appearing to explode within seconds of launch on Wednesday morning. That's the latest from US Pacific Command after a report from Japan's state news agency saying several missiles may have been fired from the east of the country in a launch that appears to have failed. South Korea's state media is also weighing in, saying Seoul believes a missile launch from the north, quote, did not go off normally. So far, there's been no clear indication of the number of rockets involved or what type they were. The initial report from the Kyoto news agency cited an official from the Japanese government. Reuters has reached out to Tokyo's defense ministry, which won't confirm whether or not an attempted launch took place, only saying nothing has directly threatened Japan's national security.
Okay, thank you. Well, here's the story. The mainstream media and some officials who should know better continue to allege North Korea does not yet have capability to deliver its repeated threats to strike the U.S. with nuclear weapons. False reassurances given to the American people.
Get informed on today's top stories.
False reassurances given to the American people that North Korea has not demonstrated that it can miniaturize a nuclear warhead small enough to missile delivery, or build a re-entry vehicle for an intercontinental ballistic missile capable of penetrating the atmosphere to blast a U.S. city. Yet any nation that has built nuclear weapons and long-range missiles, as North Korea has done, can easily overcome the relatively much simpler technological challenge of warhead miniaturization and re-entry vehicle design. Okay, and indeed North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un has been photographed posing with what appears to be a genuine miniaturized nuclear warhead for ballistic missiles. Okay, and North Korea does in fact have two classes of ICBMs, which both appear to be equipped with sophisticated re-entry vehicles. So a lot of people are kind of led astray about North Korea. Maybe we should take them more seriously. I'm not discounting that. But at the same time, aren't we jumping to conclusions that they're going to launch at any time when it's purely suicidal? Why would they want to destroy themselves? Often that's the real basis behind the mutually assured destruction concept, where we pretty much have the ability to know that we could all annihilate each other. So you'd think that would eventually, ring through to Kim Jong-un, and he'd realize things are not exactly working out for him. So threats are one thing, reality is another. Thank you. Koreans are very nice people, yes. Do you know some North Koreans? That time Huma was asked to plan Hillary's funeral. Really? I didn't know that Huma planned Hillary's funeral. That's New York Post has a story. Huh. What's this all about? A longtime aide to Hillary Clinton sought to map out her funeral and Bill Clinton's in 2010 because planning is best done when they're still with us, according to an email released on Wednesday by Judicial Watch. Capricia Marshall, who was the chief protocol for the State Department when Hillary Clinton served as Secretary of State, wrote to Uma Abedin, saying, every time someone significant passes, I'm flooded with requests about the Clintons' arrangements. Okay. I don't really think this is a story. I mean, everyone does planning for, inevitability. I know that I've already designated, everything in advance. My parents didn't do that. It was difficult when people don't think they're going to die, so they never make preparations. Yeah, I'd love a commercial-free America too. Thank you. I don't like the ads they run on Vaughn either, but Vaughn is doing a pretty. I guess in his mind, it's lucrative because he gets money censoring me. But I don't think it's in any way is it fair, and I don't think it's legal, and I think it might even possibly be criminal. It could violate the RICO Act. So I'm looking into the aspects of why I'm being censored and have been so long on this network, which we rely on for audiences. So in a way, he's really, undermining my ability to function, which comes under the heading of limiting my freedom of speech. Let's put it that way. Cable TV, you're right, was originally came out. It was going to be a paid-for TV in its inception. People were not going to get commercials. And then Colin Powell's son, Michael Powell, who was the FCC director, decided he would honor the corporate's request to overturn the decision because he said that they could defend the argument that commercials were free speech. I'm serious. And they used that same Citizens United rule that corporations are individuals. Basically, prior to Citizens United, they used that same argument that corporations are individuals who need freedom of speech. So therefore, they can promote their advertising on the cable shows that we said they weren't going to have cable commercials on. So what happened was the cable commercials have infiltrated our subscriber services. But guess where people are going? Netflix, video on demand where there's no commercials at all. Isn't that interesting? So they can play all their games of censorship and forcing commercials down our throats. And the American people, through our desire to save money and get lower cost services, actually go to organizations like Netflix. Now, people around the world are even more cautious about spending money because there's not a lot of money to be spending. So they're watching us on rabbit ears. UHF TV. I think there should be an all-nude TV channel. Yeah, why not? I mean, seriously. We're not going to be able to stop what's going on, the information sharing that's happening. Even porn, with a ruling 2 days ago, anybody's internet search history, whether it's porn or whatever, will be tracked, and they'll be able to completely give it to advertisers now. Advertisers can get your search history, no matter who you are, anywhere in the country. Kind of fascinating, isn't it? So when we talked about Cards Against Humanity, creator pledging to buy and publish Congress's browser history, this should be really interesting. We're going to see Congress, and all the porn sites that they've been at, sitting there pretending to work in the main hall of the Capitol building. Yeah, really. What they did is completely illegal, in my opinion, violating our privacy. Maxine Waters, who's been openly stating that she wants to put together an impeachment plan for Donald Trump, basically is right back at the Bill O'Reilly insult video about her hair. Let's take a look.
Stop shaking your head again. But at some point...
I didn't hear a word she said. I was looking at the James Brown wig.
Right on. She's a strong... That's right. Yeah, it's so true. I'd like to take a moment of reflection on just everybody getting their word in, let alone whether you're black, white, or Hispanic or Asian. I mean, it's almost like everybody is being trivialized and made fun of by people like Bill O'Reilly, people that are sitting there at the top of their game, mouthing the words that they're told to say, puppets, basically. We anticipate millions of people are watching us through UHF every night. That's perfectly fine. This is a free content service that I'm doing. I'm doing this because I really care about the country. Many of you are all about the money. I'm not. I realized a long time ago I'm not like a lot of people. I'm not materialistic. And it came as a shock to me that everyone wasn't like me. But, as I grew older, I realized, well, I can take advantage of it in many different ways, because being not materialistic means that I can actually be your representative, as opposed to Donald Trump, who's clearly getting bought by Russia and Russian mobsters. Yeah, I think the wig that Maxine Waters is wearing, if it's a wig, it looks pretty good on her, I'll tell you that. The power of UHF. See, we're again seeing the mobile and amorphous internet morphing around the censorship. Even the discussion of Pizzagate. Even the discussion of Pizzagate is still alive and well here on the internet, despite the attempts of the Twitter and Reddit CEOs to make it illegal to use a word in a country that claims to be free and offer free speech opportunities and free press. What a joke. They won't even investigate the child pedophile rings in D.C., which clearly are happening. Virginia has the highest number of child abductions of any state in the union, yet the lowest number of pedophile arrests of any state in the union. Isn't that interesting? 265 members of Congress who sold you out to the ISPs, and how much it cost to buy them. Let's take a look. These are the people that sold you down the road. Republicans in Congress just voted to reverse a landmark FCC privacy rule that opens the door for ISPs to sell customer data. Lawmakers provided no credible reason for this being in the interest of Americans, except for vague platitudes about consumer choice and free markets, as if consumers at the mercy of their local internet monopoly are craving to have their web history quietly sold to marketers and any other third party willing to pay. The only people who seem to want this are the people who are going to make lots of money from it. Hint, they work for companies like Comcast, Verizon, AT&T. Incidentally, these people and their companies routinely give lots of money to members of Congress. So here's a list of all the lawmakers who voted to betray you and how much money they received from the telecom industry in their most recent election cycle. There it is. Lamar Alexander, $86,000, Tennessee Republican. Goes on to say, yeah, all these people, Wyoming, Missouri, Arkansas, North Carolina, West Virginia, they all got money from the telecommunications industry. Oh yeah, see, this is what the country's all about. People priming their little pocketbooks to sell out to corporations. And the power of direct marketing, which seems to be dominating our lives. Look at all these people in the House of Representatives. They sell for less than $5,000. I mean, $5,000 is all it takes to get these people to flip. All on the take. Look at that. What a reveal. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Now we know. Thank you. That was a good little link. They're all on the take. Dump da dump dump. Dump Trump. You go, Salty. Yeah, totally. You go, girl. Big shout out to who? Why do you want to talk about other people in the show? Is he suffering? Pizzagate is the ongoing evolution, an investigation in progress. It's just taking forever because the FBI won't open an investigation into the key people that have already been revealed to have very, very strange and bizarre connections to this code word language that's being used on the internet by pedophiles, which involves the word pizza, implying that cheese pizza is child pornography. I would go with, if you got a fungal problem, I would consider using CBD oil and over-the-counter fungal cream. Yeah. I look like Max Headroom, really? I thought I was better looking than Max Headroom. I didn't find him very interesting. I was an improvement over Beavis and Butthead. I was an advancement. This carried our generation for a long time, and there are people like me who look like Beavis or Butthead. So, but I believe the Max Headroom was just too simplistic of a character, in my opinion. I have Max Headroom. If you've never seen what Max Headroom looks like, we have Max Headroom. Max? I could be like Max Headroom.
This is Max Headroom, and what you're about to witness is one of the most sinister-sounding intros to a trailer to one of the greatest epics ever produced in the history of television.
Okay. I look a lot like Beavis, yeah. I noticed that. yeah. I know, yeah. I could morph into, Steve McQueen. We can do that. We are an interactive, real-time virtual chat show. So we offer you instantaneous access to a library of over 50 billion binary images provided to you instantaneously through the miracle of the octagonal drive running in my CPU. He had a kind of a wider nose in this area, I think. Correct. Similar features, for sure. I had an opportunity to meet Steve McQueen's executive secretary, actually. Yeah, she was a very interesting lesbian woman. In fact, she was the first lesbian woman to die of AIDS. His executive secretary. Yeah, pretty interesting. I met her in 1985. Yeah, very interesting. I'll never forget meeting her. She was right there talking to me, and yeah, she just worked for 25 years for Steve McQueen before he died. He died of lung cancer. Steve McQueen was actually in the orange. Steve McQueen was in the area outside the Dugway Proving Grounds where they tested all the nuclear weapons. And he and John Wayne, remember him? Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. I have never watched My 600-Pound Life, no. It's a movie about like The Biggest Loser kind of thing. Yeah, he died a young man. But both he and John Wayne were both downwind from the Dugway Proving Grounds when they were filming. And they definitely had a direct effect on their lung cancer. Hey, radiation's not good. It's not safe. We're all getting more radiated now. Fukushima is leaking into the ocean, and they just discovered levels as high as 630 sieverts at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant, reactor number 2. The level has been so high, actually 4 sieverts will kill you with limited exposure. So 630 sieverts is pretty high up there and very dangerous. Yeah. I have a little solution I can come up with for all of you to look at regarding the Fukushima crisis. I pitched the director of the AIEI, and I couldn't get a response from him. He actually didn't respond back the email. But the idea that we have is to block the exit of Fukushima Bay with some sort of a large vessel, like an aircraft carrier, and sink it there. IAEA, thank you. IAEA, and the IAEA rejected my statement. I was thinking of AEIOU. Yeah. And this is a concept to build a large mound on top of a reactor number 2, using a lot of the dirt from around the area. And what I think we could do is create a U-shaped solution that would prevent and divert water from going downhill into the reactor vessel. And right now, most of the spent fuel rods have mixed with a corium at the base. And it's not really something that we can even deal with. It's in the ground. So we have to develop a technology where we can deal with it. No, I will not give you any funding, Psychobehavior. We are primarily functioning off of volunteer money completely. Volunteer sources, I should say, not money. You don't make money doing this. So by digging a U-shaped hole around the outside of the reactors, the water won't run down into the bay. Because right now it's going straight down about a 5% grade. And 6 swimming pools full of radiated water are going into the Pacific Ocean right now every day. So this is a simple plan using robotic tractors, running without human beings running these tractors. They'll be running off of, and we're far enough from the actual critical zone to make the tractors work. The batteries shouldn't go out. Like they've tried to go into the reactor core meltdown, and they found that they couldn't get in there because the lithium ion or any battery packs melt down. So, but this concept is an idea that I think will help at the very least, and coupled with blocking the exit of the bay, I think this could be the solution that could fix this problem. An aircraft carrier like this could be put there, or a couple of destroyers that are completely in retirement could be sunk there. This is not funny. We're talking about nuclear radiation. Right now your gonads are frying, and you don't even care, and you're like laughing. God. I can't believe I just got rid of myself. Oh well, it happens. Time to switch gears. Let's go to another room. Yeah, this is a story that just came in on that. Thank you. Robots sent into Fukushima keep dying. Yeah, right. Going to my island retreat where we can kind of cool down here. We're at the 1 hour mark. Hey everybody. So you wonder, how are we going to finance the mass production of solar panels, as well as pay people $400 a month, which is one of the big plans we have. The $400 per month per U.S. citizen plan. Well, we're going to use an infrastructure bank to do it. And that's something that's never been done before. And my goal is to establish our own financial backing, as opposed to constantly going to the Federal Reserve asking for loans. That's one of the keys to getting solvent, and that's what I'm all about. Donald Trump, he's the king of debt. I'm the king of solvency. So I'm here to talk about how we're going to spark and spawn new production, new enterprises, small cottage industries. So a lot of things we talk about here will address those. Yeah, see, robots sent into Fukushima keep dying. So in order to spawn new ideas, the infrastructure bank will offer 2% loans to U.S. businesses offering U.S. citizens a living wage of $15 an hour. I'm basically sidestepping the problem with the minimum wage laws not going up. No, I'm not allowed to go beyond 175 viewers. The network that I'm broadcasting on is limiting our access, all your access to this show. We're trying to find an alternative, but we've been waiting for blogtv.ca to open up, and they haven't. So I have not started my 30-day Hulu subscription yet. I'm going to try it, Mad Dog. Thanks for telling me about it. I'm totally limited. Our show has been censored. Many of you who are watching it can't come in here because we have this capacity server screen popping up that Mark's been putting there for over 2 years now. And he makes money doing this. He gets money from somebody censoring me. And it's specifically me he's targeting. It's just amazing how he's trying to hold back a revolution. It's phenomenal. It's sick. Yep, so It took you 40 minutes to see our video. Wow. Well, you'll get a better shot at our video if you go to americasthirdparty.com. We have a show running on that network, on that website, from Battlecam, and we very rarely ever have a problem with it. And they do have a wonderful job of transferring. We just don't have anybody going into the Battlecam room. For some reason, people don't want to go in there. We're still trying to figure this out. I think many people are being IP banned across the board. Whenever we present a new network, we get IP banning. Even we tried out a new network called Discord, where we could develop our own chat room. Completely IP banned. Everybody we sent over there. Everyone is saying, yeah, I see an NSA screen every time I go click on that link. That's just bizarre. An NSA screen. And why? So I think what's happening is even our own government is afraid of what I'm able to do. You see, I'm the person that came up with the ideas that got Donald Trump elected. Okay? I'm the person that he's been stealing ideas from since we started here, 5 years ago. He's been watching our show, we know, since 2012. So right around the time we came into the Vaughn Network, he started watching our show. We have pretty good verifiable proof that that's what happened. And he just started taking my ideas and using them as a way of getting noticed. And he bailed on the idea of going after Barack Obama's birth certificate. And I still think it's the only way we're going to repeal the most dangerous healthcare crisis our country is going to be facing. When you talk about Obamacare, you're talking about now a new bureaucracy that's been forming over the past few years that strictly makes money off of borrowed money. So the government keeps putting tons and tons of money out for Obamacare. Whenever clinics call in and say, "Oh yeah, we have a sleep study we have to do," they get $3,000. So they're telling all these poor people, "Are you sleeping okay?" Because they get money every time you order a sleep study. That's just one of the many ways they're making money. All the medicines, every single dollar that goes out there, all the medicines have to be covered. So the government's just forking over tons of money to the big medical companies. One company offers shots for women who have osteoporosis. $50 a shot. Seriously. And the government's paying for it. Welcome to the Matrix. So now we're going to discover the Matrix and what it's all about. So in a perfect world, the infrastructure bank could begin the process of creating technology. Yeah. The idea of creating an infrastructure bank, now Donald Trump grabbed this idea and upped it to 3% loans. But he hasn't really grabbed the whole idea. He doesn't understand it. He wants, people like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley to make money on this. It's not about giving them money. It's about separating from Wall Street and getting our own financial stability under control direct to the Treasury's discount window of 2%. He wants to lob on another percentage point. It's ridiculous. You don't have audio? Huh. No. Hasn't Donald Trump been replaced with a bio-robot? I'm sure that they've got people working on cloning him right now. It probably takes 18 months to clone a person fully. So they're probably working on that. They could clone Ivanka. Donald Trump seems to love Ivanka so much that he'd love more than one. So maybe they've got a multiple Ivanka thing, like a Stepford wife thing going on. So this is the world that we're heading toward, the zombie apocalypse. And the world behind me is the world they're telling us we're living in, the perfect world, where somehow we're all going to have connections to RFID chips. Even Elon Musk is talking about, while he's on crack, he says, he does crack quite a bit. Elon Musk says we're now going to be installing neurochips in our heads. It's like, that's what happens when you do too much crack. The Ivanka unit, really? No, I've never been allowed to do a TV or radio interview. Whenever I did, the newscasters came to my front door and they interviewed me twice. They got rid of all the tapes. My email address is americasthirdparty@gmail.com. Thank you, Mad Dog. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that really, would love to be, cloned, I'm sure. But bottom line is, they've been doing cloning some time now. I can prove to you emphatically that cloning is being done by taking a look at one video of Hillary Clinton that appeared during the election that has no other explanation but to say that she's been cloned. Now, what you're about to see may shock you, but it is absolutely 100% proof that clones do exist. Watch this. You're looking at the hand of Hillary Clinton when she appeared right after collapsing, 2 hours after collapsing from, exhaustion at the memorial. That was her hand. A picture of her hand was taken. She looked like she'd lost weight too, because the real Clinton, who'd been on the campaign trail just 8 months prior, was a little heavier. Yeah. So now you're going to be looking at two hands, right? Up close and personal. And I'll stop the video and I'll talk about it. Something very unusual about these hands. Okay. We're going to zoom in on those. Zooming. Dozens of AT votes confirmed. Zooming. There we go. Okay, so you take a look at the lines of the hands. Clearly they're different people. And you look at the lines and you see there is a definite similarity between the lines on Hillary's real hand and the lines here. The line here is definitely real. This is her real hand. And you can see there's a line right there. You can even see a V pattern in her real hand. And you can see a V pattern here. So people don't have hand surgeries to match each other's hands. The likelihood of Dolly the clone being cloned into a human. I mean, we've got Dolly the clone over 20 years ago being cloned. The idea that Hillary's been cloned is absolutely real. No, everyone doesn't have the same lines. Everyone's lines in their hands are different. If you're in a room right now and you want to compare somebody's hands with your hands, check them out. They're totally different. This is a definitive proof that Hillary was cloned. If you don't believe this, then you don't have the logical ability to understand what I'm saying. I understand that's perfectly okay. You can be completely oblivious to most factors involved in this discussion and still function. You may be drooling though. If you find yourself drooling, grab a napkin and wipe up the drool as you spit, as you're all right. David, want to see nudes of Queen Elizabeth II? I have some. No, I don't. Anyone who would Photoshop her body must be really, really sick. Whatever. I don't really care. But those hands land. You can go back to the live video of that woman posing outside pretending to be Hillary. Speaking of hands, what do you have, a hand fetish or something? I think we've uncovered a hand fetishist. I don't understand why you keep posting a link. Whoa. That is an intense game. All right. David, if you work as hard for the USA as you do for the ATP show, great things could happen. You're right, Charles Foster Kane. I'm proving I'm able to come into the show nightly with the interaction of everyone in the show and provide countless hours of entertainment without any skipping a beat. Please show more videos we've seen hundreds of times. Okay. I'm going to bring up as many as I can. Yeah, which video have you seen hundreds of times that you'd like to see more of? Any particular one? Would you like to see Bill Clinton lying about the CIA drug trafficking in Mena, Arkansas?
Sir, the Republicans are trying to blame you for the existence of a small air base at Mena, Arkansas. This base was set up by George Bush and Oliver North and the CIA to help the Iran-Contras, and they brought in plane load after plane load of cocaine there for sale in the United States. And then they took the money and bought weapons and took them back to the Contras, all of which was illegal, as you know, under the Rowland Act. But tell me, did they tell you that this had to be in existence because of national security?
Well, let me answer the question. No, they didn't tell me anything about it. They didn't say anything to me about it. The airport in question and all the events in question were the subject of state and federal inquiries. It was primarily a matter for federal jurisdiction. The state really had next to nothing to do with it. The local prosecutor did conduct an investigation based on what was within the jurisdiction of state law. The rest of it was under jurisdiction of the United States attorneys who were appointed successively by previous administrations. We had nothing, zero, to do with it, and
Sure.
Everybody who's ever looked into it knows that.
Polk County Prosecutor Charles Blake, the man who initially attempted to investigate the Mena, Arkansas criminal activities, would surely take exception to Mr. Clinton's assertion that, quote, the local prosecutor did conduct an investigation based on what was within the jurisdiction of the state law, end quote. In fact, it was Blake who went directly to Governor Clinton
frozen
to seek
pudding on the
funding for its
stick. You know,
investigation.
all the finest
Seeing
castles
as how
serve Jello
local-
pudding pops.
They do?
It's a snack fit for a king because it's so rich and creamy.
Yeah!
And Mom won't throw you into the old dungeon when you eat it because she knows it's made with real pudding.
It is.
Okay, now look at the symbolism here. Bill Cosby talking to children, licking an ice cream cone, and talking about Mom putting them in the dungeon. I'll play this again for you. This is bizarre, but you know, Bill Cosby has evaded any prosecution of over the 17 women that he allegedly, drugged and raped, allegedly. Yet he doesn't even have anybody talking about him again in the news. This is ridiculous. And watch what he said during this commercial.
Jello pudding pops, frozen pudding on a stick. You know, all the finest castles serve Jello pudding pops.
They do?
It's a snack fit for a king because it's so rich and creamy.
Yeah!
And Mom won't throw you into the old dungeon when you eat it because she knows it's made with real pudding.
It is?
Jello brand pudding pops. All the goodness of real Jello pudding made with milk, so you know it's wholesome.
Anyway, all I'm saying is we got a lot of problems in this country and they're not being addressed. Okay? Yeah. So let's talk about Pizzagate later tonight, okay? Is that a deal? Many of you don't want to talk about it. I know that you've been trained to not want to talk about it, thinking that, oh, that's fake news. But you've got to understand, the word fake news is just an attempt by our government to create censorship. We need to discuss Pizzagate, and it's very important. And if we don't, we're not doing our job. You know, so many people on the internet are researching a string of WikiLeaks that have still been, they're coming in and they're being sorted out, and people are uncovering letters by pedophiles to each other, or alleged pedophiles, that linked them to the killing of children. Yeah. The killing of children. And that's the real tragic story. That this has been going on and we don't have any oversight by our government. So there's 50,000 kids missing in America every year. And I don't mean moms taking their kids from the fathers because they're running away and, getting a new home. I'm talking about absolute abductions, and we don't know if they're dead or alive. No, I didn't say Cosby was involved with children, no. But he did evade 17 accusations of drugging and raping charges. I'm not, no. So the word Pizzagate, in my opinion, is still very relevant. And I'm not going to make the assertion that it is some sort of fake news story. And when Alex Jones did a recant on his entire statements about Podesta and Alefantis recently on his show, he showed his true colors as a total shill of the powers that be that are trying to cover up child pedophilia and deaths of children. in Washington, D.C. and in Hollywood. So just like Cosby's stuff got stuck, thrown under the rug, nobody ever talks about it anymore. You're gonna see these people who are involved in Pizzagate or allegedly involved in Pizzagate try to sweep this under the rug as well, and it's not going to work. There's too much rolling out there, people talking about it. No, I don't support Ivanka as a White House advisor. I think that having his senior White House advisor as his Jared Kushner and then another senior White House advisor as his daughter Ivanka is ridiculous. You know that when Donald Trump first tried to move into the White House, he wanted a bedroom for Ivanka next to his? You don't think that's a little weird? I think there's a lot of bad things going on in the White House right now, but I can't get over there and fix it. I'm like you. I'm strapped down to the blogosphere talking on a daily basis about the things that make me sick. I don't want to, realize that there are people out there like, Biden who... I've got pictures of him trying to... I can't even tell you what he did. It's disgusting. But Donald Trump's relationship with his daughter is very, very strange. Let's just put it that way.
Beautiful baby, and she's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
Discuss sex with your daughter?
No.
You do not?
No.
You've never
And I have a feeling we're not going to hear.
Yeah, no. Well, maybe we need to bring this up. Donald, seriously, you know about sexual predators and things like that. I mean...
you are one.
All right, I was going to say that. But it's true. You are one.
Okay, I think we have the Donald talking about it, admitting he's a sexual predator. He actually dotted his head. Yeah, I mean, wow, that's wild. So this is what you get when you have a country that's run by nincompoops. What am I saying? We are a country run by nincompoops, and we've been that way for years. That's how Donald Trump elevated to the highest level of his own incompetence. Yeah. So here we are, a country run by the greediest man on earth for his own personal gain, and wondering why you don't get anything, why you're not getting any opportunity, why you still don't see American industry screaming forward with new production, why we aren't even supplying any new items to the world around us, why we simply are outsourcing all of our labor and continue to exploit countries around the world to create cheap products that you can throw away in the garbage can that took way more money just to create so that you can keep buying the service plan. I'm talking about the tablets, Yeah, I'm sure he's going to try to change something. Bottom line is that people are saying Trump may not be in the office for more than a year. So it's becoming more and more obvious that he doesn't seem to know what he's doing. And when he put his foot out in his mouth with the healthcare bill and tried to pitch the idea of saving money, and all it did was save about $300 billion over 10 years, which wasn't enough, because we know that Obamacare is going to cost us 1.5, if not more, trillion over 10 years. Actually, Obamacare is costing us over $45 billion a month over what it was prior to this. Yes. So these overcosts, $45 billion overcosts per month, and we tracked it on the monthly Treasury report. It's pretty solid. This information is compared to last year or the previous year and the previous year, and it's just growing and growing in cost. So I support lower cost healthcare services. That's why I came up with the mobile medical unit idea, which I thought that Trump was going to employ when he talked about the healthcare bill. He never even mentioned it. He said my idea to get elected, and he never even talked about the mobile medical care idea, which to me is just, it shows me that he just used the idea to get elected and then he just dumped it. Because nobody in our government seems to want to provide low-cost healthcare services to average people. Ryan Care wasn't the healthcare bill. Donald Trump was endorsing the healthcare bill up until he realized that 24 million people would be cut out and it would be bad politically. Then he dumped it on Ryan, claiming it was his problem. But I can take you to a place where you can learn all about the government's budgeting. Trump is scary. Trump doesn't have any ideas. He just borrows them and then dumps them on people that he doesn't like. But the monthly Treasury statement is really a
North Korean missile appearing to explode within seconds of launch on Wednesday morning. That's the latest from US Pacific Command after a report from Japan's state news agency saying several missiles may have been fired from the east of the country in a launch that appears to have failed. South Korea's state media is also weighing in, saying Seoul believes a missile launch from the north, quote, did not go off normally. So far, there's been no clear indication of the number of rockets involved.
Thank you. That was an auto-tune. All right, we've got a couple things we talk about here. Yeah, well, Ivanka is his favorite. 27,000 trees a day are destroyed due to toilet paper consumption, endangering rainforest inhabitants. I mean, we're losing rainforests because trees are being ripped apart, when we could easily make 6 times the number of hemp plants for the amount of water consumed and resources consumed. Why not make hemp toilet paper? Exactly. Hemp produces 4 times the pulp per acre and only takes 5 months to grow. Here's a clip that talks about hemp, and I support legalization of marijuana and hemp all the way down the line. We could save so many trees, it's unbelievable. Now let's go to the monthly Treasury report. All right, so this, the most recent is January of 2017. And we can open that up by hitting a PDF file right here. You can actually look at the Treasury report. This is something the government doesn't usually do. Our government is completely running in arrears every single month. That's how we acquired $20 trillion in debt. They don't even balance the budget. Okay, our total receipts are not meeting our total outlays, so we have a deficit of 157 billion right now under Trump. in January. In this report, you can look at all the specifics, the data, and compare it with last year. But not to make this into a long, tedious process, it's important to note that when Donald Trump wanted to add $54 billion to the budget for the military, he did not actually give you any money for the veterans at all. It's not out of the Department of Defense, the veterans. So none of that money will go to the veterans. He's completely leaving you veterans without anything. 1,121 geishas watching from Osaka. Hello, ladies. Wow, that's exciting. It's always exciting to get the geisha girls to watch us. They work so hard, and they need to enjoy pleasure time for themselves. Because life is about pleasure. We love and support Dave, they say. Thank you so much. Yeah. Even though I have more viewers, the Dog Pound is featured. Thank you, yeah. Well, the critical mass of world viewership will push Mark beyond his wildest abilities, and he's going to end up, eventually we're going to be taken up by, syndicated by a network, and it's going to be huge. But until then, it's just going to be Mark making money censoring us. A lot of white makeup shortage in Japan, yes. The ladies are wearing powder on their face. It must be a special makeup. Last night we featured some of the most interesting, I'm going to change the subject for a second. But last night we featured the music of the Juggalo group, Insane Clown Posse. And ICP is this new up-and-coming group, but it's actually been around 20 years, but they're having a gathering in DC, these juggalos, and it's amazing. Their music is kind of like white rap music. I'll play a little of it for you to look at, but it's a juggalo movement. Apparently there's millions of these people in the country now who like to paint their faces in clown-like, makeup. Here's a little bit of their songs. Beautiful, Indestructible. Yeah, I've enjoyed watching them. Their music is great. Sound died. The Juggalos, yeah. You heard that much. They're nerds, really. I thought they were like Detroit phenoms. Sounds fine here, yeah. Where is it? Yeah, he might be in a hospital. He's still suffering. One of his orderlies got in the show the other day. Talk to us. Ed may be alive in infamy forever. We may be talking about the Ed guy in the hospital for the next 50 years. In our minds, he's still alive, I don't know. They're gathering in Washington. There's so many of them. They're going to be having a big event. I don't know what the date is for the Juggalo event. That was back during high school. I know. They've been around for 20 years. Can you turn your volume up? No, I'm maxed out, man. I'd love to be able to help Ed, but I told him the best thing he could do is chew on ginger. It's considered one of the best anti-cancerous solutions. It's as good as chemotherapy, they say, if not better. Not that that's good. Chemotherapy, ends up doing things in your body that kill you. They call it to kill you therapy. But ginger naturally contains a compound that is up to 10,000 times more effective than chemotherapy drugs at killing cancer stem cells that make malignant tumors so dangerous. Isn't that great? Read all about it. So if you know anybody with cancer, I'm not giving you a remedy. I'm giving you something you can do as an alternative to chemotherapy, or in conjunction with. Because if you're using marijuana, you'll have an appetite. In the states that legally allow it to be smoked. Yes, we'll treat pubic hair crabs. We'll have a spray that you can just quietly, discreetly spray in your pants while you're standing there. It'll fumigate your entire groin region. Yeah, and it'll be very, very, you won't have to worry about your body parts being revealed to anybody at the mobile medical unit. I can't believe you asked me questions like that. Good evening, Adele, 53. Welcome. Yeah, so we're kind of wondering what the heck to do with overexpenses in the healthcare sector, sleep studies upon sleep studies for everybody under the sun, a system that's just sucking money out so fast out of the budget that's not even funny. And when you look at the cost of healthcare skyrocketing, I can find the specifics here. It'll take me a while. Trump wanting to increase the military budget and not even deal with the rising cost of healthcare in a real substantive way. It's becoming obvious that we are headed toward another major economic crisis. And I don't mean expanding the debt, because that's all they ever do. Meester, yeah, hair looks good. I've been using a product called Beep Beep Beep, censored, beep, and it's really good. Dave, you keep talking about your mobile medical unit that doesn't solve insurance problems for people who don't have it. No, we don't need a single payer plan, deedle dum. I told you. The single payer plan falsely prosecutes people making money. I mean, you're going to be literally paying 7% on your wages, and your employer will be paying 7% on your wages to finance an ever-burdening, costly system. The mobile medical units solve that problem. For instance, if these things are as successful as I think they're going to be, we can deploy them in companies to have in-house medical costs. So those companies that would normally pay 7% out of their pocket for the employees and 7% for the employers on your single payer plan will instead be paying for a mobile medical unit to sit outside their company serving 1,000 employees, okay, with a physician on staff. And it's going to be a lot more cost effective than 7% per U.S. employee and 7% per employer. David, why is your mouth so big? Well, for one, I had to speak up all the time as a child. And I am related to the Algonquin Indian tribes, which gives me the obvious large-lipped area of my mouth, which is indicative of the Algonquins themselves. For instance, here is I have a small amount of Algonquin in my bloodline. So if you want to understand what I'm dealing with, is I have a larger lip area, which similar to this man right here, who was a Algonquin Indian. At one time, I'm not sure, where he was at one time, but you'll see the similarities in my face to this man. My eyes are a little bit spread out because I have Norwegian ancestry, but this is the best way I can describe why I have a larger upper lip. So stop messing with me, buddy. Yeah. Well, I'm going to have a powwow on your face. Sorry. Perfect match, I know. I hope that explains it, and could you stop being racially prejudiced against me? Otherwise, I'm going to prosecute you under the freedom of speech laws. I'm just making that up. U.S. State Department employee concealed contacts with China. If he had contacts made in China, he could have purchased contacts from possibly a provider in some other country. I mean, those soft contact lenses are very difficult to, replace made in other countries. So it was a joke. Okay, the veteran U.S. State Department employee with access to sensitive information has been accused of concealing her contacts with Chinese intelligence agents, the Justice Department says. A criminal complaint that 60-year-old Candace Marie Claiborne received tens of thousands of dollars in gifts. The employee has been charged with obstructing an official proceeding and making false statements to the FBI. She was arrested on Tuesday in court. On Wednesday, she pled not guilty. She started working for the State Department in 1999 and served at a number of foreign missions, including Iraq, Sudan, and China. She had top security clearance and was required to report any contacts with persons suspected of affiliation with the Foreign Intelligence Agency, the Justice Department said in a statement. She failed to report repeated contacts with 2 intelligence agencies of the People's Republic of China. Even though these agents provided tens of thousands of dollars in gifts and benefits to Claiborne and her family over 5 years, like free trips to the Chinese buffet, that's probably one of her big things where they contacted her. They slipped her secret notes through fortune cookies, releasing secret data in the fortune cookies that she was using. I'm just making that up. I just can't believe our country's this inept. It's hard to understand how we could even be functioning right now. With Edward Snowden's out there and transgender chastity, all these people, just kind of blowing my mind here. Bradley Manning is changing his name to Chastity Manning, I believe. Westinghouse bankruptcy puts fate of 4 nuclear reactors in limbo. Wow. You mean we might have to shut down some nuclear reactors? Oh no! Oh, we wouldn't want to do that. We want to keep making nuclear waste that we don't know what to do with. I've often wondered why they don't get rid of the nuclear waste material. I finally figured it out. We've got 104 nuclear reactors with spent fuel rods up the yin-yang, sitting in massive pools of water cooling, and they never get rid of them. And I figured out the reason they don't get rid of them. They actually see them as equity. You know how hard it was to mine that yellow cake uranium originally? These people are so greedy, they don't want to get rid of their spent fuel rods. They see that they're going to borrow against it, thinking that someday they're going to make money on it. I'm serious. Westinghouse Electric filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection on Wednesday morning. Few were surprised as the outcome was the only one which allowed the company's troubled, near-insolvent Japanese parent Toshiba to continue operating, even if it meant the bankruptcy of the iconic company. Westinghouse is one of the originators of the nuclear age. Building the world's first commercial nuclear reactor 60 years ago, its pressurized water reactor design is in 430 power plants and accounts for 10% of electricity generated in the world. However, few were prepared for the unexpected aftermath of this particular bankruptcy, which has set off a showdown between Toshiba and a major U.S. utility, has left the fate of the 4 half-finished nuclear reactors, and is threatening to drive a wedge between the U.S. and Japanese governments over the fate of industries each considers vital. Well, Japan doesn't really find their nuclear reactor program that vital anymore, after they downsized all operations. I don't think Japan restarted those. I think they're still running on petroleum-based electricity. Let me find out. Yay to bankruptcy, yeah. Japanese nuclear reactors. Active. Yeah, in 2011 they ceased operations. But despite protests, on July 2012, Unit 3 of the OI nuclear power plant was restarted.
My goodness, you look sharp tonight.
Yeah,
Is that
check it
like
out.
A new suit, a new tie.
I got this for 50 cents. It's a Paris suit, made in Paris.
That looks really good on you.
I got that sale your dad was talking about. It's actually a Pierre Balmain. It's a French suit. It's like up there with Giorgio Armani.
It looks super good.
Thank you.
Nice. And I love that tie. New tie, too.
The Van Heusen tie. Thank you. Yeah. I got this for $2.69 at the thrift store.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
so fantastic.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? I guess somebody died.
I brought you some, I brought home some pizza.
Okay, great. I'll try it. No, it's already cleaned. It was pre-cleaned at the funeral home.
All right. I'm finally here. I'll give David a break.
Looks like $1
It's
million
not
bucks.
really
thanks.
hot pizza. It's cold.
It's cold. That'll do. I'm just
Sorry.
going to try a little bit. You got a lozenge loaded with refined sugars that increase blood sugar levels.
I believe that. Yes.
Wow.
I usually do like Burt's Bees or.
Yep.
But
Honey.
even that Honey's has that. I know. I look great. You want to see my outfit? David looks fantastic. I look fantastic. Here's my outfit. It's my skirt. All right, so we're both looking stylish. My outfit was mostly given to me by Connie, except for this top. I got that at a consignment store. It says removed URL 3457. We should go get some ice cream tonight, David and I. That means, of course, that he would be ending the show at 9 p.m. sharp in order to go hang out with me. Little House on the Prairie, look. Oh my goodness, Mad Dog, you're so nice. I feel like today is my birthday. Wow. And then Mad Dog, I'll have to get viewers talking about some Sharon Kindle. So you know, my dad was here. My dad is here. And I come home and he said, I bought you a new phone. Isn't that nice? Okay. Thanks, Mad Dog. He's not stealing, and I don't think it is disrespectful. I believe that it's about saving the planet. I know. Hulu did want money because they were competing with Netflix. Not so much. There's not really a big, huge dress code like that. It is a Samsung. No 365. No Captain Howdy. Wow. 2 free weeks. That is cool. I'll have to do that tonight. And I can access it through any place, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to put a star by that. That is so cool. Thank you so much, Mad Dog. Alright, good. Oh, March, April. Oh, good. Prior notice, good. I don't think I want that. Alright, good. Lots of different things. Alright, good. Oh, I'm gonna put this as a star. Okay, it's almost 10. You must depart. Sleep well. Have a great night. And we'll talk to you some other day, some advantage, huh? Alright, I'm gonna go use that Hulu tonight. Maybe David and I, that's what we'll do on our little date. We'll just watch that. Yes! You've got it right. All night partier. Good job. Yes, Misanthropy. Pretty well. Okay. Thanks for letting us know. I think everybody knows that already, though. Right? 1-6. My mom is visiting my sister, and she's over in Texas. My hair is in a bun. Is that kind of weird or nice? It's all good. I'm trying, dumb. I'm trying to not be stuck up and snooty. Yes, that's it. They took separate vacations to visit their favorite children. My mom's favorite child, it's really because she's going to visit her only great grandchild. You know, so I try not to think of it as she's visiting her favorite daughter or son, because 2 kids and a boy live out in Texas. But I kind of think it's you think I seem like a moderate Democrat? I would say that's kind of the same. Not Mississippi. Does my mom bug me about not having kids? No. You prefer the random chatting I do. It makes you feel smart. I know, smarter than the trivia I play. I don't think I'm really a nihilist. Yes, my dad is older than David. Yeah, I think so. Pacemaker, 12 Mississippi bands I should listen to now. Thank you. To understand the world, you must first understand a place like Mississippi. To understand American music, you must also must first understand Mississippi. After all, the roots of our nation's music run through the Magnolia State. Whether it's the father of country music, Jimmy Rogers, the father of Delta blues music, Charlie Patton, or the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley. Yep, it's all Mississippi. It's pretty amazing. All right, thank you. Oh, you have a little bit of information. Who cares? I am fully and completely dressed. All right, are you guys ready for some trivia? I've got my book. All right, today is Wednesday, so we're going to do a little history, world history to be exact. What is the Eastern Empire, especially Europe, as opposed to the New World, the Americas? What is the Eastern Hemisphere? No, why are you crying, 822? 703 is correct. Old World. Old World. Can I name an Aztec god? Yeah, they had the sun god. Montezuma wasn't. Was Montezuma an Aztec god? Oh, Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl, yes. Bing! Yay. Quetzalcoatl, or something like that. Who was an Argentine political figure of the 20th century? Crafty and ambitious, she had great influence on her husband and achieved immense popularity among the Argentinian masses through her charitable services. 338 is correct, but 704 has it even earlier. We are not on letter H. I know, you don't have a gut anymore. That's pretty amazing. I've got to work on not having a gut. Who was an Argentine political leader of the 20th century? He was an intense nationalist, was dictator of Argentina in the 1940s and 1950s, and again briefly in the 1970s. His wife became the most powerful woman in Argentina before her early death. So, wolf whistles? What are wolf whistles? Is that a good thing? It must be a good thing. Misanthropy, good. Juan is the first name. Last name is also Perón. Oh, they're like, woo, woo! I see, that's wolf whistles. Good job, Misanthropy. Juan Perón is correct. Yes, Evita's husband. All right, what was... You can get undressed if you answer correctly. Yes. I will not be doing so. I know you are duck going. All right. What was a war between the forces of the United Nations led by the United States and those of Iraq that followed Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in 1990? August 1990. Good night, Salty Dog. Good enough, Misanthropy. Good job, Mad Dog. And so close enough, 703. Misanthropy, yes. Persian Gulf War. Persian Gulf War. The United Nations forces, called the Coalition, expelled Iraqi troops from Kuwait in March 1991. His rallying of the UN against the invasion of Kuwait is considered the high point of George H.W. Bush's presidency. Dream of Barbies. Okay, you dream of Barbies. I'm going to be dreaming about these guys. That's why I have them on the wall behind me. I think they're pretty cool. Which of these faces do I want to look at? Are they all the same or are they slightly different? Depends on your perspective. Alright. Next clue. Who was a Russian Tsar of the late 17th and early 18th centuries who tried to transform Russia from a backward nation into a progressive one by introducing customs and ideas from Western European countries? Charles Foster Kane has it correct. He moved the capital of Russia from Moscow to a new city he had built, St. Petersburg, after Peter the Great, which was renamed Leningrad after the Russian Revolution and has since had its old name restored due to the collapse of capitalism. Oh, well, behavior, look at it because there's so much that they have to have in a bank account in order to become a U.S. citizen. Well, they can leave. If they leave, they just can't come back. No, I'm just kidding. You might be right, Misanthropy. Hello, V-Real. Alright, who was an English political leader of the 18th century? He led the British government in the 7 Years' War. Although he opposed independence for the American colonies, he worked to change the harsh colonial policies of King George III and his ministers. Wait, I think somebody said it. No. No, not Louis XII, not Mr. Bean, not Gaitskill or Catskill, not Winston Churchill. William is the name, yes, but I don't think it's William the Conqueror. I do? Okay, I'll take that as a compliment, Mundane Pratt. It's William Pitt. 684 has it correct. William Pitt the Elder. Oh, if the alien one? Okay. What was the action by Germany that began World War II in 1939? William Penn founded Pennsylvania. Good job. This happened only days after signing the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact, under which the Soviet Union agreed not to defend a certain country from the east if Germany attacked it from the west. Close enough, 684? Yes. And yes, invasion of Poland. I think the assassination of Ferdinand was what started World War I. The invasion of Poland started World War II. Britain and France, which had pledged to protect Poland from German attacks, soon declared war on Germany. Let me go back. Let's look. Because it was, you said. Who was it? Well, they wanted to be their own country. Anyway, I'm moving on. Alright. Wait, I'm going back. Wait, am I right? Ferdinand was World War I. Yes, the assassination of Ferdinand was World War I. The greatest story never told taught you nothing was wrong with what they did. The people that wrote history made it seem like it was. Interesting. The greatest story never told. Maybe I'll look that up. So is this a quiz or what? Well, when David's on the show, it's more of a political show. When I'm on the show, it's more of a trivia show. But we can just hang out and be mundane with Mundane Prats. I know, I come out off Captain Howdy as more of a snob when I'm doing trivia. Should I not do trivia and just like hang out with you and just be more laid back? Because you used to think I was laid back, Captain Howdy. You think I've just become a snob. Well, virtually mundane. I don't know. I mean, I don't, how many of you think I'm a snob? It's because I sound like I know all the answers because I'm reading a book. That makes me sound like a snob. David even said that. All right, thanks, Sulan. My dad, he's visiting, 433. Oh, thanks, Be Real. I am more confident in my zone. You're right. I don't know calculus. It's true, 703. I never actually took calculus. I took pre-calculus like 3 times. Of a xenomorph? What's a xenomorph? I'm not going to make you a sandwich, no. I agree, Charles Foster. Thank you, V-Real. Alright, moving on. I agree, we probably do use calculus in everyday life all the time. I probably should study calculus. I understand it a little bit. I have started looking at, the only calculus I've taken was one of those MIT OpenCourseWare books. No, he never stops. 727. Never. When he's off the show, he just talks to me all the time. That's why I love the fact that he has a show so that he can talk to you. Yes, it is practice. We will agree. Good night, Adrian. Yes, all the time, misanthropy. Alright, what was a famine in the 19th century caused by the failure of successive crops in the 1840s? Many people in a certain country starved and many immigrated. More than 1 million of these people came to the United States during the famine. 338 is correct. Potato famine. Mundane Pratt has a place correct. Ireland. 703 has it all wrapped up. Irish potato famine. Irish potato famine. Math animals, huh? Helix.
That's hers. Feel free. Help yourself. That's Sarah's.
All right, let's see.
I don't drink it.
Oh, okay. Math and animals helix. Okay, that looks good. Animals. Oh, it's animals doing math. Recent studies are turning up mathematical abilities in many different species of animals. Chicken, bees, and of course monkeys have all shown promise in being able to deal with simple mathematical operations like differentiating between long numbers, counting, and summing. The animals are performing math linguistically like we do. They're not physically counting out objects or identifying numbers. Rather, it's some sort of innate ability constituting rough math. That is very cool. Nice job. Thanks. That's cool. Thank you, Mad Dog. Yeah, I bet Coco did do simple math. Alright. What's next clue? What was a group of radical English Protestants that arose in the late 16th century and became a major force in England during the 17th century? Not the Uda or the Huns. Okay, I'll tell you this. They wanted to eliminate traces of its origin in the Roman Catholic Church. They wanted to eliminate traces of the origins of the Roman Catholic Church in the Church of England. In addition, they urged a strict moral code and placed a high value on hard work. After the execution of King Charles I in 1649, they controlled the new government, the Commonwealth. Oliver Cromwell, who became a leader of the Commonwealth, became one of the best known one of these. I think I need to give you more clues. No, many of these, persecuted in their homeland, came to America in the 1620s and 1630s, settling colonies that eventually became Massachusetts. There you go. Good job. Behavior hazards. 684 has it. Puritans. The words Puritan and puritanical have come to suggest a zeal for keeping people from enjoying themselves. All right. I'm going to give one more.
Oh, one more? Okay.
Then I'll move on to a new letter. Who was the president of Russia since 2000 other than a small break? He served in the KGB, the secret police for the former Soviet Union, then entered politics after the collapse of communism. Be real is correct. 857, close enough. 684 correct. Vladimir Putin. In 1999, Russian President Boris Yeltsin appointed Putin prime minister, his fifth in 17 months. After Yeltsin resigned the presidency, Putin was elected president in 2000. Although he has opposed American President George W. Bush's plans for an anti-missile defense system, he has cooperated with Bush in responding to the threat of terrorism which Russia has faced in Chechnya.
That was Brezhnev?
Putin.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said the 50s. It was the 80s. Okay.
What? I don't remember what I was talking about.
Well, it's okay. Do you have retention of any of these questions and answers? That you...
Yes, obviously I do.
So if I question you on all the answers that you had tonight?
Well, then I would only know like half of them.
I wouldn't know any of them because I didn't, unless I knew them in advance. The richest man in the world is Vladimir Putin, valued at $200 billion. He's a capitalist.
Thank you for watching. Now I'm going to go have another piece of pizza or something.
You help yourself. I made some peas in there and some cucumbers for slices if you want.
All right, there are no more P clues in that category.
Thank you, Sarah. You've given us great support with the time you give me. I can make a little bit of dinner.
That phone pretty cool.
Huh?
The phone.
The phone is amazing. Yeah, it's awesome. I was blown away.
Yeah.
You can play with that tonight.
Yeah.
I eat pizza occasionally, but I keep it to a minimum, under one slice. I have a reaction to GMO white flour. It's not a normal reaction. It's something. Yeah, I don't really. It's not something I like. I mean, I love the taste of it, but yeah, I just don't eat a lot of GMO flour. Everything I eat is normally non-GMO. I know. I mean, Sarah used to she used to work at a pizza store that featured sourdough pizza. And it was the best pizza I've ever had. I really, looking back on it, I think it was the best. It was a garlic chicken sour cream pizza. Not really sour cream or something. I'm getting lots of what? Of the room? Yeah. Lots of people are using their head tonight to come to some common agreement here. We've got Android number 1, Android number 2, Android number 3, Android number 4, Android number 5, 6, and 7. And I am Android number 8. I will answer any questions for you in this chat room. Feel free. I will respond in lightning fast time. Math in animals. The ability to do math has been thought of as a purely human trait. It comes with the whole higher intelligence thing, but what if the ability to do math wasn't as restricted to our makeup as we thought? Are we really as special as we think we are? Is our ego much larger than our reality? Nelson Mandela, huh, is a Freemason. I bet he was a Freemason, yeah. Who would have known? The Mandela nobody knew. Illuminati Mandela. This is a full-featured experience finding out about how powerful the Illuminati has been and how far their reach was.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a great weekend. It looks like Rockefeller and Mandela are alive. No, I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that be the ultimate Mandela effect, eh? So I met with some friends yesterday, and I brought up Nelson Mandela as a topic, and one of my friends turned me to the idea of a thing called Ubuntu. So I'm gonna kind of go over that with you guys. I want to start off first, but...
Well, that sounds very special. Ubuntu. Yeah, that's... sounds like a liberal view of the Mandela guy. You know the Mandela that we all knew. He was not the world leader that many of us think he was. He was an icon to many people who believed in his struggle. But let's not forget that Nelson Mandela was responsible for the death of 17 people. He was a terrorist. People forget that. Yeah, he served his time, but he killed 17 people. I mean, let's not forget that. We don't know that Rockefeller is dead, but we do know that he looks pretty bad. I'm glad I'm your king and your ruler for now, but I can only help you so far. Thank you, though. I appreciate the adulation, but we've got a big task ahead. David Rockefeller was more than just a benefactor. They say he was a really nice guy. He had a severe case of something. We're not sure what. You're serious? Mandela invented the necklacing of the tires around these people that were killed? Are you making that up, or are you serious? Yeah, look at his eyes. What's wrong with him? There's something wrong with it. He had some sort of a cyst around his eyes. Well, it turned out he was suffering from the Illuminati reptilian disease. That's right. This dreaded disease affects only people who are inbred, who have, family relations with their cousins. It's a weakness of some sort. He couldn't get enough hearts. 8 separate hearts were installed in his body. God knows how many people died to give him a heart, Well, 8 people, to be exact. But he was alive, dying, and living. So, in a way, we'll look back on him and going, well, he had a good life. 101 years, so be it. It did have a lasting effect on the world, though, what he did, which we really don't even know because we're so immersed in the brainwashing they were involved in. His family created the NEA, the public education tool used to brainwash you and conform you to the mindset of working like a dog and paying your credit card debts off every day. I don't know. They may have come from the mobile death mobile in China. I don't know where he got his hearts. I'm not privy to the family's fortune or have any access to their assets. By today, Richard Nixon, I am not a crook. By today's standards, he definitely is not a crook. Ironically, Pizzagate was bigger than Watergate. And on the internet, it's still buzzing away. People are talking about the pedophile rings in Washington, D.C. We never had to deal with those things when we had Tricky Dick. My fellow Americans, Pat and I are very, very straight. We don't do anything kinky. We don't go involved in some threesomes or anything like that. Yeah. No, Pizzagate is a definite ongoing investigation. Have you ever died and swapped to a different world and was aware of it? That is what V-Real is. Really? Well, Richard Nixon balanced the budget. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, they say Bill Clinton did, but he actually borrowed against the Social Security Trust Fund heavily in order to get a balanced budget. Well, yeah, Benghazi was completely scrubbed from all the WikiLeaks documents. The word Benghazi did not appear. Do you know the likelihood of that happening? Zero. That was not an Illuminati symbol. Zero. Zero likelihood. Thank you so much for giving me that ability. When they did a study for Benghazi in the WikiLeaks related to Hillary, they pulled the word out and all those emails pulled out, but they didn't realize that leaving the word pizza would in any way implicate anybody. So WikiLeaks and the Pizzagate thing really is the one thing that we really need to be focusing on, because that's where the CIA and the WikiLeaks organization, their subsidiary, screwed up. They really did. Keeping your mind active all the time. They say one of the best ways to prevent Alzheimer's is not naming your kid Al and be in the Zymer family. No, the best way to avoid Alzheimer's is actually to keep your mind active doing problem solving. Repeating things is one way to do it. Yes, Sandy Hook was completely fake in order to promote gun control. I can guarantee that there's no blood evidence of anyone dying in the school at all. It was supposed to be really unfunny. It was designed to constantly piss you off. Most of the things I say are designed to constantly piss you off. It's my way of saying thanks. Thanks for the memories. I am not jealous of... With hair like mine, do you think I should be jealous of Trump? People say this hair resembles like a rat's nest. But I think the rat's nest is in Washington right now. I think Congress is the rat's nest. And they won't investigate Pizzagate because they know they're implicated. My hair has been getting awards on various networks. People love it. You're just unaware of it. That is not a mop. Okay, sure. For one, psychobehavior, I don't have the mindless thoughts of, man, I'd like to get a hot dog right now. It'd be really cool. And maybe a pack of cigarettes. I get the other problems that most people don't think about, like the fate of the world, the environment. I was an original, what they call indigo child. Before indigo child existed. Indigo children existed. Is laughing at you. Well, laughing at me is certainly a way of loving me, but they're not laughing at me, they're laughing with me, because they know that deep down they're headed to the same fate that I am headed. Yeah. Everlasting life. It's a nice band name, yeah. Indigo Children versus Insane Clown Posse. Who would be the winner in that battle? You know, we have a guy named Enlightened Indigo who has his own show on Vaughn. He comes in here and he says he's happy being here. Born in the 20th century, 21st century. Well, you're all headed to the same place I'm going, which is everlasting life. You just don't know it yet. You see, I have found the secret. It's fruit enzyme spray. I spray a little of this amazing stuff. It's called Michelle Dermaceuticals. And it is amazing. It's an enzyme that activates your skin and makes you feel fresh as a daisy. Yeah, you can look them up online. It's the fruit enzyme spray. Their price has gone up, though. I don't know if I'm going to buy another one. I'm not a fruit. No, I'm just spraying fruit enzyme spray. Somebody said, is this placenta? I said, no, I don't spray my placenta on my face. What a waste of placenta. You do have your placental fluid from when you were born, don't you? You don't? How many of you have your placental fluid from when you were born? Did your mother save it in a jar in the freezer? I'm not an atheist. I believe in God. And I have a personal relationship with the Lord. None of you have your placental fluid from when you were born? God. Jeez. Your mother didn't take the time necessary to scrape it off of her and put it in a bag? And then freeze dry it and make powder so that you could... No. All right. Well, you could always get some at the abortion clinics, I suppose. You know, they're selling. Did you hear that the guy that did the videotaping of the abortion clinics talking about selling body parts is going to serve multiple felony charges, 15 felony charges they're charging this guy with for going in and doing a little sting operation to find out if the Planned Parenthood was selling baby body parts? Why didn't Sarah's mom choose to visit with you versus Sarah's sister? I'm not sure what you're talking about. You're still focused on placental fluid? I'm so sorry for you. All right, your diaper, you don't even have anything from your child birthing? Not even your baby blanket? Anybody have their baby blanket? Anybody? Wow. Okay. I guess that's unusual to have your baby blanket. I think we're done there. You have 2 baby pictures. Please don't take your in-law to buffet tables. Why not? And learn to speak English. Well, I don't think I need to take my in-law anywhere. That's not true. I do not have any breast milk stored in my freezer. Wow, we got Hulu. 2 free weeks. Thanks, man. That was really nice of you. I had no idea. Okay. I'm just looking at the PDF of monthly Treasury report. I was trying to find out the cost of the healthcare expenditures under Obamacare. You know, that's just weird, Hambeast. That would never happen. I've never used up any freebies online. No, I don't do that. I'm not an online extreme couponer. I don't buy into the extreme couponing either. I think it's a waste. I see low-cost items, usually clearance items, and I go for it. I don't go out of my way to go buy things I don't need because I can get a coupon for it. That's extreme. Sarah doesn't want children. We've already established we're not going to have children. If we do have children, they'll be most likely clones. There'll be little Daves running around. There'll be a league of little Daves. It'll be like Mr. Smith and the Matrix. We'll be looking at little Daves everywhere. We're done with the infrastructure bank loan. You saw it there? Okay, good. Just simply replicated everywhere along the way. So there would be 3 or 4 of these little Daves standing around. Cooking expired food is perfectly normal. I told you that our government even told us that it's okay to eat older food that's past their expiration date. They're concerned that 35% of our food is being thrown away. Okay, honestly, how many of you people have thrown a can of food away because it passed your expiration date? Just say yes. Or 1. Say hit 1 if you've thrown them away because it just simply passed the expiration date. Any of you? 1. Just type 1. Very rarely. Say, I told you. You're living on expired food too. I knew that. Never. See, I preach to the choir, man. All you people, you all eat expired food, and you're giving me crap for eating expired food, man. I can't believe this. What do you mean nobody is responding to me? That's impossible. Well, perhaps I need more of me. I don't have enough. My problem is I have not replicated completely. You eat rotten meat all the time, really? Stinky Steak just comes to the show. Who is in here and why not to eat me? Okay. Stinky Steak. Who'd have ever thought that name would ever pop up? We are down one of David's. One of many David's has been reduced. You're winning against the mini Davids. So far, you're ahead. Careful, you might make it as bad as the Matrix 2 scene. Mr. Anderson. You truly don't understand, do you, Mr. Anderson? You simply don't get it. You throw out anything past the expiration. That's what I'm asking you. Do you throw anything out past the expiration date? And you say we throw out anything past the... So you throw out everything past the expiration date. Fire. Do. You're not. Sorry. Some of you are going through an adjustment crisis. It's perfectly normal. So you all believe in Sandy Hook. We got that. Okay. You buy the whole mainstream media narrative that, oh, the children died and there's fake blood everywhere, but there's nowhere to be found. And yeah. So you believe the whole Sandy Hook thing. Okay. Sandy Hook, line, and sinker. You believe it. Oh, wow. Well, I guess we got a long way to go before we can talk about the simple reality that none of these cases where the government is putting out these stories of mass shootings has any evidence. None. Jesus. Let's do something fun. I want to go on Craigslist. I don't want to look at the monthly Treasury report, but let's do this anyway. Hang on. I got to go to the bottom of this thing. Department of Health and Human Services is just massive area. There it is. All right. The most important number here, I'll bring it up for you. The difference between outlays for this year at the same time and outlays for previous years. There's a differential of about $35 billion. That's in the billions. Moving on. Okay, so you want to buy a house. Your big question is, well, I'm going to throw away one of my clones just to do this. We lost one clone. We're down one clone. Where do you go to buy a house? Where do you go to buy land? How are you going to build a life? You don't have a lot of money. You go to Zillow.com. This is a pretty cool site, and it's the parent company for Trulia, which they bought up, which is also a real estate search device. So where do you want to live? Detroit? Okay. You want to live in Detroit. You want to be a juggalo and hang out with your insane clown posse. I am using broadcasting software titled XSplit. You've been expired since you started the show, Stinky Steak. You could use OBS, yes. Yeah, I'll look at some good property in 50,000 range. I don't know. Let's go 0. And make this 50,000. Okay, wow. We're actually still looking at sites here in Detroit Central. Now this is a beautiful brick home for $39,900. You could make your own, and it has got good bones. Y'all could live on 991. We are redacting the address. You all can live in Detroit. Well, we could talk to different... I could talk to myself, sure. I can do that. But I have to flip that. Warping images. Warping. Okay, we just lost another one of our clones. No, it's not a crack house. It's a very beautiful home. And I'm going to take a look. It's got a nice backyard. Look at the brickwork. The brickwork is exemplary. It's a nice side yard. Look at that. The nice thing about these homes, believe it or not, is the hardwood floor. It has a high murder rate, but you're getting into a nice house with brick walls. I mean, you're not going to get bullets going through your walls. All right? That's a big plus. So in your house, you got all fresh new interiors, $39,000. This is not bad for a total deluxe pink tile bathroom. These are so common in Detroit too. And that's in mint condition. It's not bad, man. It's not bad at all. It's been painted. This is what you get for $39,000. You got a little workshop too with a cedar closet. Bullets can't go through brick walls. I know. If you lived in the hood, you'd know that too. There's a basement in this house. That bathroom is 50 years old. There's urine stains that are 50 years old in that bathroom. Okay, so you didn't like that. $39,000. Well, you want to spend less. I understand. So I'm going to set the parameters here for $10,000 and see what pops up, okay? I'm shucking and jabbing with you in Detroit here. This is where we want to start the homestead renewal plan. You bet your sweet ass. There is one house here on Warren Avenue that is very nice. It's close to the river. There's another house on Hoover Road, foreclosed, 750 square feet. Let's take a look at this one. They're both about 750 square feet, $8.8 thousand. Whoa. So let's go to the one on Warren. This looks decent. I don't need to buy property. I own property. Okay. This is not bad, man. All right. Check it out. This is what $8,000 gets you. $8,799 for closure cost. It's not for you. This is $8,009. This is under 10 grand, okay? You know, you could be working at Costco for a year and a half and make that kind of money. 1 year and a half at Costco and you got enough money to move to Detroit and own your own home. No, my mom didn't leave me a trailer. But thank you. She left me a motorhome. My dad, we love living in this home. It's a modular home. Well, let's check it out, man. That's a nice ramp for a trailer for a wheelchair access. Yes, there's an expired reactor 20 miles away. What's the big deal? It's not like leaning in your direction. Oh my God, there's a 60-inch TV for free on Craigslist. We go live to a 60-inch TV now currently being hucked at Rancho Santa Margarita in California. Right now, Craigslist has the amazing free TV courtesy of Scissor Fight and your amazing ability to look at this thing. This thing is beautiful. Man, that's a box TV. And that's decent, man. Okay, back to this $9,000 house in Detroit. The kitchen, it needs a little work, you know. The bathroom's got yellow tile. That's not bad. And look at how mint condition the tile is. You know, tile, one thing about tile is it's free of bacteria. You can clean it real well. Get grout cleaners in there. And it too has a wooden floor. Look at this, and a ceiling fan. This little home of yours, 2 bed, 1 bath, 725 square feet, could be yours for only under $9,000. That's right. Amazing. Fantastic. That's just an idea of the value. Now, you have no money whatsoever. Let me get rid of my fourth clone. You are down to your bottom rung. You have no cash. So you're looking for land. So where do you want to go? You're going to go to Las Cruces, New Mexico, where you could build a beautiful tiny house and be in a very nice area. Let's try. Whatever. Carpets. You don't even want to live in your own house. You just want to live in your mother's basement. Yeah, there's free land in Kansas. You're right. I am searching Las Cruces, New Mexico. Anything under 10,000. There's nothing there. There's no houses there. I don't think you have cheap land for sale here on this site. Yeah. So then you have to go looking cheap land for sale. Craigslist. Landwatch.com. Here's 1.25 acres. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you. You dialed right in on it. You're faster than me, man. This is 1.25 acres near Kingman, Arizona, not too far away from LA. Okay? Where you could put up a beautiful little tiny house with full insulation, maybe build it into the ground so there's like a berm. And look at the lovely gravel road. And your plot. 46 miles from beautiful Indigo. Oh, excuse me, Kingman. Yeah, you're only 46 miles away from Kingman. Wow, man, that's out in the boonies. Holy crap. You'd be better off in Springfield, Missouri. Let's do Missouri. Anywhere. There's some nice properties in Missouri. They really, you have no idea. Yeah, I can find you a home near a cemetery in Texas. Why? Are you planning on moving into a mausoleum or something? I don't know. Yeah, Arizona's not pot friendly. No, I don't know a Zillow site for Canada. I don't have an answer to that. Deals, yeah. Well, living next to a cemetery isn't a bad idea. It just kind of messes you up when you're a little bit messed up in the head already. Oh, this is incredible. Oh my gosh. I feel like moving. I'm going to lose my last clone on this one. Okay, I'm down to no clones, and I'm down to the final rung here. I'm going to take a look at a beautiful 50-acre parcel in North Carolina. Only $49,900 for 50 acres. Isn't it amazing? You can live in Nirvana in North Carolina. Look at this. Wow. That's 50 grand will get you 50 acres of absolute privacy. Isn't that amazing? Alpine, New Jersey's okay. David, do you visit the cemetery often? Actually, I try not to. I try to minimize it. Cemeteries are only, there to have remembrance, and if you go there all the time, you get, kind of like overuse of cemeteries. There are people that run around with cameras, digital cameras, taking pictures of gravestones as a hobby. Can you imagine how stupid and sick that is? Absolutely, Captain Howdy. Whereabouts in Texas do you want to go? What part of Texas do you want to live in? If it's going to be in Houston or in Dallas, your deals are going to be, you may want to go to Katy instead of Houston. It's a little cheaper. Austin, Texas it is. Thank you. Under 200,000, that should be no problem whatsoever. You asked for it, you got it. Zillow search. So it's fun to do this, things like this when you have nothing to do. Just put up a little, Austin, Texas. Set your parameters for whatever you want to pay. 200,000 will get you a pretty nice place. Okay, there we go. Austin, Texas. Okay, we're going to go ahead and remove you from the show, Stinky Steak. You didn't last very long. You're getting a little putrefied there, buddy. Time to go into the compost heap. Bye! Stinky Steak could not last long. The smell is just disgusting. Wow, you got quite a choice here. Let's take a look. Austin, Texas. I'd want to live near that river. That's beautiful, you know, what they've done to Austin. South by Southwest, I did not ban you. These are like high-rises. These are apartments and high-rises. That's all you can get in Austin. You want to live in a house? I can get you a 1,000 square foot house in the rural area outside of Austin. Two to three bedroom. What do you mean, I hate the truth? I am the truth. You've been purged. Wow. This looks interesting. Let's take a look at this one. 200,000, 6,534 square foot lot. Oh, okay. It's not that great. Apparently, for 160,000, I can get you south of Austin in a house. Okay. Yeah, you might have to pitch a tent on that lot. Most areas have 2 annual property taxes. Detroit's not that different than anyone else. Well, I know you're willing to go as high as 400,000, but I think you're a little high right now, so you may want to back off. I don't make any money on you. I make no money whatsoever. I've made not even 1 cent in money. We haven't had a donation in 6 months. I do this because I just love doing it. You can't see the joy that the effervescent joy that I'm experiencing right now. You don't feel the energy and the happiness that I get from being here with you. Okay. For some reason, it's having a hard time clicking on this guy. This is pretty decent for 160,000 in Austin. If I were to hook you up, ma'am and sir, this would be the best opportunity you get, dollar for dollar, on your property. I take you to your future home. We'll call you Mr. and Mrs. Smith. You're going to like this place. If I could just get the internet to work. Well, for some reason, it's not popping up. I keep clicking on it. Please, please give me. Please, I beg of you. I want this house. I don't understand this at all. New construction for 191,000. You'd prefer new construction, right? Excuse me? We will talk about the latest. Right. Congressional bill. Well, that's very weird. I just don't understand why it won't click in. I mean, I want to look at the houses. It just won't show me the houses. It's locked. It's locked me out. I'm sure I get you a lot of things. Oh my gosh, here it is. 191,000 new construction. This is it. Captain Howdy, save the other 200,000 for your coke addiction. You know you go through 200 grand in coke every 5 years. You can't possibly afford to spend 400 grand. You didn't know I knew you did coke. I knew, see, I knew you. I had you pegged as a coker. Look at this beautiful house. That is amazing. Isn't it amazing? Scissor Fight, Herbalife, which is totally not a scam, ordered to pay $200 million for scamming people. Amazing. Okay, we're gonna take a look at this beautiful house for $191,000 in Austin, Texas. This is 3 bedrooms and 2 baths of absolute luxury. That's right. Your money could never be spent better. Look at the brickwork. The durable roof with a 30-year lifespan. Fantastic, ideal homes in this area, all for $191,000 with floor plans that meet every need. That's right. Imagine yourself in this lovely desk unit with your lovely desk unit partner, spending your days toiling over your desk unit. Or this high-tech kitchen with beautiful quartz countertops and a stainless steel refrigerator, washing machine, and stovetop range. The incredible luxury of living in the open space. This is an open format where you can entertain, dine, warm yourself by the heat of the fire. This is an absolute value, I'll tell you. I don't see how you couldn't buy this house with the raised ceilings, the decorative work on top, ornate, amazing work. This is fantastic. This is the best value in America right now. For $191,000, you can be at the center of the South by Southwest Music Festival and still take people home and party with them. Now, we go to Herbalife. You'd be like a perfect crash pad for people that want to party at the festival. Would it be something if Scissor Fight was going out and getting all these things like the pool table, the TV? You did get the copy machine, right? You want a basement, a dank basement to get moldy in? Okay, well go move to one of the East Coast cities. There's all kinds of houses with basements over there. There you go. Herbalife, charged with deceptive practices, agrees to pay $200 million in a settlement. Amazing. The FTC is forcing Herbalife, which is charged with deception, to make major changes. As part of the deal, the company will have to pay $200 million to customers who lost money due to the company's unlawful practices. Wow. Oh my God. That's going to bury Herbalife big time. They may not come out financially surviving. I know. Dude, there's no such thing as a party life anymore. Nobody goes out of their house. They just stay inside and Netflix and chill. You sound depressed about that. What, do you want me to start a disco right now in front of you and start... You want me to be the disco? Since I'm so experienced at discotheques? Yeah, you guys didn't live in the 70s. Okay, whatever. I'm Mr. Blonde Travolta. I mean, I literally got pitted when I was, 18, 19. Very active social life. But I lived that experience 2 years, 3 years. That's about it. That's all I could handle. It got a little too much. I want to be a little bit more reserved now. So I'm kicking back. Yeah, but you want to get pitted right now? I've been waiting for Mr. Dutarded, and he hasn't made it to my house at all. I keep a light on outside to greet him at the door. Yeah, no Filipino presidents have been to my front door at all. Yeah. You think it's... I am the blonde Travolta. But I'm not gay, so... But Don Travolta says he's not gay too, right? Yeah, well, I'm really not gay. Let's just put it that way. We were going to talk about marijuana legalization. I don't know if you're really into talking about it, but we can. It's not like a taboo subject here. But there's not really much to talk about. I mean, if you want to move to an area that will allow you to be marijuana friendly, you can. Like Colorado or Washington or... Yeah. That's weird. Checking, stack, order, system, analysis. Huh. Okay, no problem. Maybe you'd like a place where you could kick back and know for sure you're going to be safe. Well, there's a place for you to be safe. It's called Terminus. It's a place where everyone goes to know that they're safe and sound and they're taken care of. Yeah. Isn't that the future, really? Welcome to Terminus. You are now entering America. If you are getting near the Donald Trump Memorial Wall with Mexico, you are going too far. Those with no chip in their brain, please merge right for chipping. My home is worth whatever people want to pay. Now, somebody comes up to me and says, David, your house is worth millions of dollars because it's your house. That could be very important. They could say, well, aren't you David Sponheim, the worldwide television, TV, internet phenom? Well, I would say, yes, I am. Well, we would love to live in your house, and maybe we could pay you $1 million. Would you accept that? Well, I won't be in the house, but you could buy the house, theoretically. No one would pay me $1 million for this house. Are you kidding me? Yeah. I don't want to sell anyway. I mean, it's just such a nice place to live with jets traveling over my head, dropping chemicals on my head. I mean, how can you beat that? Just every day I walk out and I hear 120 decibel F-35 flights over my house. I mean, that's a rare experience you could never duplicate anywhere else. And I see the chemtrails being dropped on my head on a daily basis. It's wonderful. Really, I have some of the best air quality around, considering it's contaminated with chemtrails. It's pretty nice. A little bit better air quality in California, Point Reyes. You can see they have more chemtrails than I do. That's because the world leaders are trying to manipulate the atmosphere in California and create a drought. I never sold drugs on Venice Beach. What the hell is your problem? No, my testicles are very good. Very, very fresh and healthy testicles. It's a priceless situation. And, the nicest part about where I live is it's absolutely gorgeous. Like I said, it's one of the top 3 places in the world to live. That's why all the Top Gun pilots come out here from Pensacola, Florida, to live in this area, because they just absolutely love shitting all over the skies that I live in. Isn't that great? So all the Top Guns walk around town going, yeah, I'm cool, man. Got a kick-butt job with the Navy, and I get to fly these F-16s, F-18s over your house, So they have a little video they put together on our area, literally. The NAS Whidbey has a little video of their landing pad that causes nothing but audio problems for people throughout our area. Deafness is normal among animals and children. And they're running videos like this on the internet talking about just a day at the park at the landing pad with their dad, flying a jet over my house. This is a typical jet that flies over my house. Here he is in his cockpit, being all so cool, coming from Pensacola to learn how to land on a very small strip so that he can defend our country on any kind of an attack. And they land on these strips out here. They take off. And it's absolutely amazing for them. But for me, it's living hell. I am living a nightmare. Because I hear this jet blast through my air and cause nothing but irreparable damage to my ears and my body. It causes destruction of my liver. It fractures the capillaries in my liver. I have to wear a liver guard. You think it really bothers me? Oh yeah. Chemtrails are not harmless. That's insane. You're obviously an idiot. Anyway, 5-year-old girl suspended from kindergarten because she played with a stick that looked like a gun. I mean, come on. You've got to be kidding me. Eyewitness 11 News presents this story.
A 5-year-old girl in kindergarten gets suspended from school because of this right here, a stick that looks like a gun. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Steve Daniels.
And I'm Anna Laurel. The little girl's mother reached out to us, calling the suspension outrageous.
It is.
But school officials say the student threatened to shoot and kill fellow students, and the punishment fits. Morgan Norwood is live in Hope County with this exclusive story. Morgan?
Yeah, good evening, Anna. Well, Caitlin Miller found the stick on this playground, and to her, it was the perfect prop for the game that she was playing with her friends. But for her mom, it's something that she can't understand. She doesn't know why anyone could be threatened by a 5-year-old with a stick.
It's a gun. It's a fake gun I was using.
This fake gun causing a real problem for one Hope County mom.
One minute she's playing with her friends, and the next her teachers are dragging her to the principal's office. She's confused. Nobody explained anything to her.
5-year-old Caitlin Miller returned to school Tuesday after being sent home with this note accusing the kindergartner of threatening to kill her classmates. But to Caitlin, she was simply playing her favorite game with her 2 best friends.
I was playing with my 2 friends, Chloe and Declan. Chloe was the queen, and Declan was the princess. I was the guard, and Declan tried to shoot him, and he told to shoot me.
We reached out to Hope County Schools for clarification on the reason behind Caitlin's suspension, and they say it's based on their zero tolerance policy that ensures every child has a safe learning environment. But for Caitlin's mom, having to explain that to a young child wasn't easy.
I mean, we know why it's bad because we watch the news, but then I have to tell my kid, you're not allowed to play like that at school because, you know, people do bad things to kids your age.
And while Caitlin's mother explains to her daughter what went wrong, she wants school officials to do some explaining of their own.
I just want them to apologize to her and tell her that it's okay. You can be 5 and have an imagination.
Absolutely, yeah. That's just mind-blowing that anything as simple as a simple game with a stick would be turned into a major deal in this overly fixated, mindless world that we're living in. You know, there was a time when, it's sad, it really is. You know, there's a time when kids would naturally go over and visit some old guy in a house because, you know, it was a neighbor. Now it's like, oh no, everybody's all freaked out. Yet we don't do a damn thing about the real pedophiles in Washington, D.C. and in Hollywood. Isn't that ridiculous? No, I don't have any problem with insecurity at all. I welcome your chat as long as you don't slander me. Thank you. Yeah, the cat was interesting. The story about the stick was interesting. I'm just trying to put my brain in the chill, in the fridge of the refrigerator and not have to think about this nonsense. I do. Thank you. It was a killer yawn, yeah. It's just boring. I know. I wish I could just eliminate it. I am going to go back to yesterday's news. Okay. There might be something more interesting yesterday. Okay, there has been a recall of beef taquitos for all of you who are pretty bored right now. If you are eating beef taquitos, you may be eating plastic, just so you know. A Texas company is recalling more than 35,000 pounds of ready-to-eat beef taquitos that could have rubber or plastic pieces in them. So if you've gotten products like this, this is a shocker, okay? I've been eating plastic. No, please, no. And if you're really worried about the biggest crime of the century, you'd want to listen to this Crime of the Century by... Yeah, that's a great... Supertramp does a great job of showing that Crime of the Century. We're done with that now. I think the crime of the century is all the plastic and pollution and chemtrails they're dumping on us every day. This song is a crime. It's no longer allowed in American press. We can avoid this video. Now, the next thing that we can talk about that's interesting from yesterday is Dick Cheney said, no question, Russia is meddling. In the U.S. election, and it could be an act of war. So if you're a big fan of Dick Cheney and George W. Bush, yeah, you might be just as concerned as they are that Russia is contaminating the election and the process that brought us Donald Trump. And if you're looking for a new friend online, say hello to a big, huge magic ball. That's right. This will help your back better than any of them, you know. I'd like to see this ball in action. Look at that. I'd like to try to sit on that ball. That's a good idea. I like it. I know this woman. Why does she look so familiar? I don't understand that. Do you know who she is? It's a little bit weird. Well, people are too drunk to sit, period. Most people have to lay down in their gravity chairs and, you know, or their comfy memory foam mattresses now. It's like, honey, I can't move. Yeah, I like that chair too. Yeah, and then there's people out there that are amazing who are just forging forward in their own special way. Like this woman, Bridget. Bridget is a phenomenal person who is doing videos online claiming she's the mother of alien children. Yeah. But I think she's pretty interesting. I mean, just doing what she likes to do is really, you know, all anybody can do at this time. Bridget, where are you? Here she is. Her hybrid human movement is gaining momentum.
So back then, over the past 100 years or so, there's been this abduction program, also known as the hybridization program.
Okay.
So I was just trying to have a good conversation when I met Bridget. No, can you imagine being at that event and meeting her and talking to a woman who believes she's a hybrid human? I think it's hilarious.
Where these extraterrestrials are taking humans and taking them up to the ship and then taking their genetic material, so their sperm or eggs,
Okay.
and then creating children out of them.
And of the people that are being taken, do they know anything about this? That their DNA and their genetic material is being taken at the time?
A lot of people, one of the things that they do is they have actually screen memories over, like overlaid over their actual experiences so that they forget. But there's always kind of like a hint of it with dreams, remnants, or they might have physical things that come up like they feel pregnant or like they're...
Well, wait a second. Feeling pregnant. Any of you feel pregnant? She might be onto something here. Have you had a little too much food at the buffet? Do you? She sounds kind of dumb, I guess. Yeah. But she's absolutely fascinating that she believes all this stuff. Do you feel pregnant? I'm not glorifying this whack job. I just think it's kind of hilarious that somebody would talk about their relationship with their alien children. I mean, you got to admit that's kind of clever. I mean, people, have all kinds of ideas going on. Okay, here we go. The story that just popped in, Bush. Trump's ominous inaugural speech was some weird shit. Look at that. George Bush on the Trump speech. Former President George W. Bush reportedly said Donald Trump's inaugural speech was some weird shit. Bush made the comments after the January inauguration ceremony, which was also attended by Presidents Obama, Carter, Clinton, and Caitlyn Jenner. Some weird shit. Okay. And then this story just came in. I am an Arctic researcher. Donald Trump is deleting my citations. Look at that. Thanks, Jeff. Jeff Boston, the famous world-class journalist in our room today. Yeah. As an Arctic researcher, I'm used to get to gaps in data. Just over 1% of U.S. Arctic waters have been surveyed in modern standards. In truth, some of the maps we use today haven't been updated since the Second World War. Navigating uncharted waters can prove difficult, but it comes with the territory of working in such a remote part of the world. Over the past 2 months, though, I've been investigating a different type of uncharted territory, the deleting of what little data we have by the Trump administration. At first, the distress flare of lost data came as a surge of defunct links on 21 January, the U.S. National Strategy for the Arctic, the implementation plan for the strategy, and the report on our progress, all gone within a matter of minutes. As I watched more and more links turn red, I frantically combed the internet for archived versions of our country's most important polar policies. I had no idea then that this disappearing act had just begun. It's a surge of deletions going on from the Trump administration on any polar activity. Wow. Save the data. That's what they were warned. Save the data. In the waning days of 2016. And back up your climate measurements. Wow. It archives the maps of America's worst polluters. One of the largest 10 breakoffs occurred in Antarctica. Okay, we got a situation here that's very strange. Thanks, Bridget. Appreciate your time. You are a beautiful woman, and I hope the good things happen to you. You know, creative, very creative, talking about your hybrid alien children. Why not? Okay, these Hispanic contractors offered to build Trump's border wall. Then the death threats began. Watch this. You know how Trump made the bids available to anybody? Wow. This is amazing. They received death threats and had profanities and rocks hurled at them. One company's tractor was stolen. For the few Hispanic-owned construction firms daring to bid on a building of a piece of Trump's border wall, this is the emotional price of doing business. Owners say they've been accused of betraying their community. Some say they've had to swallow their own qualms about Trump's contentious immigration policies. A lot of people are saying, you are a Latino. How can you build a wall to keep other Latinos out? They did a lot of soul searching before we jumped into this because it's obviously a very controversial subject, says Michael Evangelista Yisaga, chief executive owner of the Panda Corp, a firm based in Fort Worth. You know, I gotta say, there are people that are second generation Mexicans. You know, you can call them even Chicanos. But the reality is they're being harassed now at the border. They're being harassed by ICE forces. I'm not kidding. When you go down to border towns around El Paso, Las Cruces, you get pulled over by Border Patrol if you look Mexican, and you know what they ask you? Check this out. Where is your birth certificate? Where is your passport? And these people have driver's license, you know, for New Mexico, and they're getting pulled over asked, where is your birth certificate? Where is your passport? You don't need a passport to drive around in America if you're an American. You don't. But this is what's going on under Trump. Okay, we got a story about Seattle and the sanctuary city problem evolving. NBC News has a story. The city of Seattle on Wednesday announced a federal lawsuit over the Trump administration's threat to withhold federal grants to so-called sanctuary cities, citing the 10th Amendment that deals with states' rights. Apparently, the Trump administration, their war on facts has now become a war on cities, says Seattle Mayor Ed Murray. He said the goal of the suit is to have a judge declare the order unconstitutional. So Seattle is definitely still a sanctuary city, as is the state of Washington. It's a very democratic state I live in. Okay, that's queuing up. Back to the chat room. Yeah, you're looking Mexican? No, I'm not talking about crossing the borders. I'm talking about people driving around looking Mexican in the U.S., like 150 miles in. Getting pulled over by Border Patrol saying, can you prove you're a U.S. citizen? And they have a driver's license. No. Can you prove you're a U.S. citizen? I mean, this seriously, racially profiling people who look Mexican. Don't believe your drug test? Send it to the labs. Stunning drug lab scandal could overturn 23,000 convictions for drunken driving and drug convictions. In the annals of wrongful convictions, there's nothing that comes close to the size in the epic drug lab scandal that is entering its dramatic final act in Massachusetts. About 23,000 people convicted of low-level drug crimes are expected to have their cases wiped away next month en masse, the result of a 5-year court fight over the work of a rogue chemist. It's absolutely stunning. I've never seen anything like it, said Suzanne Bell, a professor at West Virginia University, who serves in the National Commission of Forensic Science. It's unbelievable to me that it could have even happened. And then, when you look at the scope of the number of cases that may have been dismissed or vacated, there are no words for it. That's the woman. Annie Duckhan was arrested outside her home in Franklin, Mass. in 2012. Yeah. This woman gave false report after false report as an expert witness in every case. Hey, I really don't have a problem with releasing low-level drug offenders. I mean, seriously, Massachusetts should do that. You know, it's a commie state. They just release them. No. They've served their time. Massachusetts could get their act together and stop being a communist state. That'd be a good start right there. Yeah. Can't even carry a gun in Massachusetts. And they make guns there. Springfield, Mass., one of the largest gun production companies in the world. No, she totally bailed on you. She didn't care. You thought you had a relationship with Sarah and her trivia class, didn't you? You feel betrayed, don't you? Would you like to talk about Pizzagate instead? I'm not racist. I've never said a racial slur in my life. Okay. Oh, we got a phone call. Hold on. Ooh. You want to get that? Yeah. Everyone says, I guess we're not going to be seeing Sarah again tonight. No, she took the night off. She didn't want to spend any time with you. Now you're saying racial slurs because of Donald Trump. Wow. I heard Domino's wants to get rid of drivers. Now they want Uber driver pizza delivery cars. That's right. Domino's Pizza is going to begin using robots to deliver pizzas in Europe. Automation is coming, and it's going to take your jobs and everybody you know's jobs, especially your attorney. He won't be needed either. Yeah. Starship Technologies, a London-based company that has created 6-wheeled self-driving delivery robots, will begin taking customers for Domino's Pizza in Germany and the Netherlands. That's kind of cool. You know, chances are one of those things is going to get stopped in the road and they're just going to get a crowbar and prock it open and get plenty of free pizzas. They're going to be pizza jacked. Those things, that people are so hungry for pizzas. Those things will just get knocked down. $1 million robots will get taken out in the street, and crowbars will be used, and people just wear, ski masks over their face so no one will know exactly who grabbed their robot pizza delivery vehicle. It's like, hello, you don't put a $1 million robot on the road and expect it to deliver a $13 pizza. I mean, what a joke. Even in Germany, it'll get stolen. Yeah. Sarah's back. She heard me calling.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm just going to take a little break and feed the fish, and the cat, rather.
I fed the cat.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Good. And I gave up on feeding the fish today, so it's too late anyway.
It's pretty cold.
I know. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
That's what I was doing. Dozing.
I know. I figured you were getting some rest. That's okay.
Yes, I'm just a little sleepy. I've had a exciting few days or something. Thanks, Bangalitis. How are you all? It's Wednesday. Not quite half MJS, but yeah, it's true. No more trivia. Oh, well, that was because I had an exciting day. I could give more trivia. Thanks. Thank you, 597. We'll do a few more. Alright, who was a sorry. Why can't I read today? Who does a Libyan military officer and political leader of the 20th century, the ruler of Libya and a militant Arab. He was fervently opposed to the influence of the United States in the Mediterranean Sea region, especially its influence on behalf of Israel. Hambeast is correct. Rups is right. Good job. 597. Misanthropy, yes. Muammar Gaddafi. Muammar Gaddafi. He was interesting. I would say he was working for his people. Yeah, died as a result of Arab Spring, which were U.S. involvement in that country. Yeah. So crazy, 597. Well, no, but I'll say this about Gaddafi. He wanted to go back to a gold standard, and he didn't want to have the economic hitmen really control his country. Too late now. Alright, who was a Norwegian military officer and politician of the 20th century who collaborated with the Germans in their conquest of Norway in World War II? The Germans rewarded him by making him leader of the German-controlled government of the country. After the German defeat, the Norwegian government had him tried for treason and executed. Yeah, I would say never turn your back is true. Mr. Good Riddance? That's a good guess, Hambeast. Gestapo, no. He was Norwegian. Samling? So close. It's the last syllable is correct. 597. Why does it have to be violent? Operation Paperclip? Yeah, then we went to the moon. Alright, stumped. I'm stumped too. I would not know this if you asked me it as trivia. His name is Vidkun Quisling. Quislings, by the way, are persons who betray their country through cooperation with the enemy due to his name. Vidkun Quisling. Alright. Next clue. Who is an Israeli leader and statesman who shared the Nobel Prize for Peace in 1994 for his contributions to resolving the Arab-Israeli conflict? He was assassinated by a right-wing Israeli student in 1995. So close, Bengalitis. Not Sharon Perez or Shimon or Rabbi, but so close. Rabin is correct. Yitzhak Rabin. Yitzhak Rabin. Yes, I am interested in you very much. What is RAF? Correct, 597 in Hambies. Correct, Frups. Good job, Willie Pickles. Yes, the British Royal Air Force. That's true. I have no idea what RCAF is. Yes, I am tired. Oh, Royal Canadian Air Force. Thank you. Alright, who was an English explorer of the late 16th and early 17th centuries? He is best known for his expeditions to the Americas and for introducing tobacco and the potato, two products of the New World, into England. Good guess. Bengalitis is correct. Sir Walter Raleigh. Good job, Bengalitis. Raleigh is often considered a near-ideal English gentleman of the Renaissance. A well-known legend holds that he spread his coat over a mud puddle so that Queen Elizabeth I would not have to soil her feet by walking through it. What a gentleman, Sir Walter Raleigh. Thus, Raleigh cigarettes. And he moved to Raleigh, North Carolina. I don't know if he moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, or Raleigh, North Carolina was just named after him. Yeah, and there wouldn't have been a great, an Irish potato famine if Sir Walter Raleigh didn't introduce potatoes to the New World, into England. Not really, 857. Alright. Who was a Russian monk of the late 19th and early 20th centuries? Before and during World War I, he gained great influence over both Nicholas II, the Tsar of Russia, and his German-born wife, who considered him a miraculous healer. Ham Beast has it correct. 857 is correct. Grigory Rasputin. The Tsar's only son suffered from hemophilia, a blood disorder, and Rasputin seemed to be the only person who could alleviate the disease. When Rasputin told Nicholas how Russia should be ruled and whom Nicholas should choose as government officials, the Tsar followed his advice carefully. Jealous Russian noblemen murdered Rasputin in 1916, but his direction of the Tsar's policies was to prove disastrous after his death. Tsar Nicholas was overthrown in 1917 and executed in 1918. I don't know if Vladimir Putin is related to Rasputin. It could be. Sorry, Zelfire. Alright. What is another name for the Enlightenment? He could have. It was not. I don't know if Rasputin had children. It was more that the woman's had children. Another name for the Age of the Enlightenment. Not the Renaissance. That could be right though. I mean, it was kind of like that time, wasn't it? There is tons of history, it's true. It was also called Ham Beast. No, it wasn't called Ham Beast. Ham Beast is just correct. The Age of Reason. Good job, Ham Beast. Good job, 287. You don't like Ham Beast getting all of the answers?
Yeah, that's cool. I went through 10 seasons of it and 10 episodes.
Alright. What is loosely organized bands of militant communists who followed Mao Zedong in attacking conservative or bourgeois elements in China during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in the 1960s? It's just about lighting, misanthropy. It's the same exact camera. And it could have to do with resolution. Like right now I have 854 by 480. I don't know what I had on the others. You're so close, Bengalitis. Read something, but they were people, loosely organized bands of militant communists. Oh, my dad, Mad Dog. So close, Bengalitis, I'm almost going to give it to you. Red Guard. Red Guard. See, I told you had it super close.
Right. You can see it in the English people, how much they look Scandinavian.
All right.
It's interesting, yeah. I didn't see a lot of Roman noses in Italian.
Are any of the answers Ashkenazi? That's what David likes to... I think maybe. Let's look. Misanthropy. I'll look really quick. Not since 1550. Why not? Why should I not be this tired at such an young age? No, not really, Misanthropy. I should be just well rested from sleeping all day. Sorry. Yeah, take your shots of white lightning when I yawn, because it's time for you to go to bed too. I think it was referred to Ashkenazi was they talk about Hitler in here, and they talked about it on that in that moment or something. I'm a great drinking game because I yawn all the time. You think Zelfire might be a legate, the head magister? You just have vape? What does that mean? Ooh, I have a picture of Grigory Rasputin blessing his disciples. I guess I can show you that. Oh, vape nicotine. Okay, nothing serious. Here's Grigory Rasputin blessing his disciples.
Great. Wow, look at that. Is it close up?
Yeah.
You know, we have a document camera we could bring into the show. And,
Yeah.
you know, I think we should consider it. You know, like opening up the back here, we've got a whole setup for photography.
Yep.
We could actually have our full-on document camera.
I know, that would be cool.
Yeah. We're thinking of doing another show, you know, and talking about, you know, more trivia, more history. It'd be kind of fun.
A USB microscope.
We could get a USB
well, you
microscope.
Can
yeah.
You convert that document camera into kind of a microscope.
It's good. It's got like really high resolution, like 300 pixels wide, 3,000 pixel resolution.
I have heard something like that, Hambeast. All right.
Okay, thank you.
I'm probably going to go to bed.
You are awesome. Thank you for coming in.
For some reason, I just fell asleep watching that channel.
I don't blame you. Yeah, it's all about archaeology.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
Cool.
Whereas if I were watching about math, I'd probably be wide awake.
Well, I don't know. It's a good show. Okay, Judge Napolitano has been hired again after being fired over making mistakes about the alleged Trump wiretapping, which may or may not have, most likely didn't happen. A benched legal analyst returns to Fox, stands by his story. He still believes the story's real, even though the FBI said that they have no evidence of this. And Fox News Channel legal analyst Andrew Napolitano returned to the air Wednesday saying he stood by his claim about spying on President Donald Trump that got him benched by the network for more than a week. You know, I think that the government has been spying on the Trump Plaza since 2013 because Trump had a bunch of Russian mobsters doing money laundering there at the towers. I would expect us to find out exactly how much they paid, too, if they even did pay Donald Trump. I'd like to look at his business records for those months. And I'd like to find out if Donald Trump received any money for the past 10 years because his tax returns would reveal that he got money from the Russians. Yet we haven't seen his tax returns. He won't give us any tax returns other than the one he sent to Rachel Maddow. He actually sent his own 2005's tax returns to Rachel Maddow. Isn't that funny? Thinking he could brag about one tax return where he actually did pay taxes. And then ignore 10 years of Russian-backed tax returns. Yeah, the Trump-tards, you know. You know what I'm talking about. You Trump-tards have a lot of respect for Vladimir Putin. You want Trump to behave like Putin, right? You want him to be like the dictator of a communist nation. That's how Trump. That would be good for you. You really want Trump to be a dictator. Yeah, Maddow was just her own journalist said that she thinks that it was really the guy David that works for her. He said that he felt that it was from Trump directly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm tired of this McCarthyism attacking, attacking Trump on the Russian issue. There's all these other issues we can attack him on, like the simple fact that he's making money in the presidency right now, running his business, which is completely illegal. Or the possibility that some of those groping charges really were true. That maybe that woman who claimed she was raped at the age of 13, Justice for Katie, maybe she really was raped at the age of 13 by Trump. She alleged that, and then she dropped the charges because she was afraid for her life. Does that sound normal to you? For somebody to drop the charges because they're afraid for their life? Sounds like she was intimidated. He deals with the Russian mafia, and the Russian mafia is controlled by Putin and vice versa. They control Putin. How is that okay for our national security? What the hell's wrong with you, Trump-tards? Are you starting to grow a brain cell in your thick Trump-tard heads? You just want to be a bunch of traitors by default or something? I mean, what the hell? We're not going to gain anything from selling anything to Russia. You like paying your your gas prices right now, right around $3 a gallon. Well, Russia wants to get $80 a barrel. They don't want $50 or $40 a barrel for their oil. So how's that going to play into your gas tank being cheaper? It's going to cost you more at the pump if you support Russia. Whatever Hillary did, Podesta was doing it too. They all were. The fact is, they're all corrupt. That's why we need a third party. All right. Moving away from the background here. Take care. I'm proposing a media verification alliance that will resolve all these questions about fake news with just objective opinions of people that actually are serious about journalism. Not a bunch of puppets that are working for the mainstream media. A media verification alliance is my idea. We want to bring our troops home, end the Federal Reserve. These are things we stand behind. A really important thing in our show, you may not know about, is legalization. We're going to try to watch that as soon as we stop doing everything else. Legalization is something I support. Sarah, has never smoked marijuana and never will. And I respect that. I think that's fine. I waited till I was 21 to try it. Made sure my lungs were fully developed. But yeah, I think it's really going to help our economy. And here we go with dumpster diving, candy bars galore coming up tonight on our Wasteful Wednesday dumpster diving segment.
I am dumpster diving right now.
5 minutes with Dingleberry of YouTube. This is a big moment for us in our show. I don't think we've ever had Dingleberry on the screen. How's it hanging, Dingleberry?
Here is some candy. Dumpster's full all again, just like last week. I'll show it all at the end of the video.
Whoa, full of candy. Look at this.
Here is one batch of candy I found. Here is some candy. See it?
That's candy. Candy, candy, candy. The candy man can, 'cause the candy man will. He's the candy man. Well, no, Obama didn't start the welfare culture. I'm trying to end it with my $400 per month plan. But store throws away brand new electronics. This is another good one. Thank you, Scissor Fight. That's special.
After like 10 minutes of digging in this dumpster, this thing is loaded. Like, it's pretty much filled to the top with garbage. We found one good bag, only one. But this thing is just packed full of good stuff. Like, let's see what we can see. Headphones right there. See, we got.
Whoa, headphones in the garbage. And, we buy those. This consumerism is coming to an end. The age of consumption and conspicuous consumption is beginning to turn into the global economic collapse, and people are finding value in dumpsters. This is no different than what happened in Argentina 30 years ago. And they seem to survive. Where PhDs and master's degree students were rummaging through dumpsters 30 years ago in Argentina. Behold the truth of the Obama administration. A gang leader is talking about ethnic cleansing? What? Piecing it all together here. SPLcenter.org. Latino gang leader convicted in LA ethnic cleansing campaign. What the hell is this all about? A Latino street gang leader and his son were sentenced in federal court Monday to lengthy prison terms for their role in a years-long campaign of racist terror and ethnic cleansing targeting African Americans in LA. Wow. Since at least the 1990s, Latino street gangs across LA County have been targeting, beating, and sometimes killing blacks in an attempt to drive them out of the region. Just before Christmas, Cheryl Green, 14, playing on her skateboard with a group of friends just south of 206th Street in LA, was shot dead in broad daylight by two men who approached the group and opened fire without saying a word. Playing on her skateboard, a 14-year-old. Oh, they should have multiple life sentences and maybe even the death penalty. I cannot believe this, man. This is intense. On Monday, Santiago Chico Rios, a leader of the gang, was sentenced to 19 years and 7 months. Yeah, I kind of want to watch something that's temperature's right, so yeah. You're going to hit it? Okay, get some sleep. I'll see you in a little bit. Maybe you'll be asleep when I see you. I watched this show with Sarah. It's a 30-minute show. I'll wake her up to have her doze 2 minutes later, but that's okay. I enjoy this show, and at least I can laugh and pretend like I'm sitting there watching it with somebody. At least I have that 2 minutes when she's actually awake. Oh, man. Okay, you thought Donald Trump's last name was Trump, not Trump Jesus Mark. Huh. Oh, yeah, you pegged the Trump tards here? Cool. No, ironically, I've only had one tonight. I'm really doing great on the death threat count. Yeah. So far, so good. Brain implants help paralyzed man drink coffee on his own for first time in years. See, there's something to be said about sticking chips in people's heads, assuming they're paralyzed. But average people, no, I would never force RFID chipping in your head of anybody. That's a promise. Sure why they're taking so long to open up the DVC. I mean, YouTube plays instantly, but not this. Here he is. This is the man with brain implants.
Here we go.
He was paralyzed. Watch this.
Reach in.
He's able to move his arm now with the brain implant.
Reach out. Open your hand. Close your hand. Reach in to drink.
Could I have a sip too? This is great. Thank God. I mean, thank man. Thank man through God. Thank God through man.
Open hand.
It is a miracle of modern science that this man can actually move after being paralyzed all these years just to sip some coffee. Isn't that wonderful? And to listen to this boring, monotone guy, move your hand, stand there and tell him things. That's fantastic. All right. Good job, dude. That's
like more.
Wow. That's amazing. He's a happy camper.
Reach back out.
That's great. I can't get over this. This is fantastic.
Open your hand.
This is one giant movement for the world to see hope, come back to people who have had major accidents, and brain implants do pose that opportunity to get better. Please don't put death threats out on the Trump tards. Thanks. You have a recording of Chen and Stoll slandering me? Could you please send it to me at americasthirdparty@gmail.com? That would really be great, because I want to set up a meeting with the ACLU. And I want to add this to the list of reasons I want to sue the hell out of that station. Thank you. Appreciate it. An awkward moment when we've got 20 minutes left and a lot to talk about still. I just don't want to go back in time. I've got to get rid of a few things that are just, taking up space in my library here. The Hispanic contractors that wanted to build a border wall and were harassed, that was an interesting little sign of the times. The stick gun story, that was something. Girl being, suspended from school carrying a little stick, pretending like it was a gun. Kids do that. Bush saying that Trump's inaugural speech was some weird shit. Yeah. That's pretty funny, too. Yeah. Yeah. Coming from a guy like him. Yeah. Laura looks great. Doesn't Laura look fantastic? She always looks great. I don't know what it is. She looks good for her age. I'll tell you that. Laura and George W. are probably going to be like icons for another 20 years. Who would have ever thought? And the dumpster diving videos are all lined up tonight. We're going to put these in order. Thank you. Gotta love that. We're talking about the Illuminati and Mandela. I didn't realize there was a connection, but yeah. And finding free brand new electronics in dumpsters. That's amazing. Wasteful Wednesday. So legalization of marijuana, a big part of getting national composting plan together, where we bring in, offer free money. You guys would get money for leaves. I love your tie. Thank you. Yeah, you guys, I want to show you my the full look here. I made an amazing purchase today at the thrift store. I don't find anybody attractive except Sarah. Thank you. Dr. Moss tells you what vaccines are. Oh, really? Anyway, this is a suit that I picked up for 50 cents. And it's a little bit big for me, but I mean, for 50 cents, I couldn't pass it up. It's a Pierre Balmain from Paris. And it feels like $1 million for 50 cents. Score of the year. Yeah, it was a special sale at my thrift store. They were just getting rid of racks of clothing. They didn't know what they had, I guess. You think your Boeing stocks are going to shoot through the roof? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the foam rubber pads don't exist, man. This is all my shoulder. I have massive shoulders. I'm built like a bull. Yes. David, you have an awesome voice. Thank you so much. You know, I learned from some of the greatest voiceover artists in the world. Bob Eubanks. Casey Kasem. David, I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but MS-13 is promoting members to join our military, and they have a lot in there already. They want to control it. Okay. No kidding. I was unaware of that. Yeah, this will be a top secret issue. The criminal gang that's promoting people to join the military is highly important to know. Absolutely. Of course I do. Do you want to contact the FBI with that information? Because that may be your best shot at getting it to a higher level right now. But I'm open to hearing you. Thank you. I certainly will. But yeah, it definitely could be a problem. I agree. I believe it. Yeah. There's a lot of serious problems with even Border Patrol members that are on the criminal side. They did a study. Well, I'm not even sharing information that's sensitive. All I can tell you is if you have information of that nature, you should contact the FBI. The important thing that many of us don't realize is that the Border Patrol, they recently failed. 61% of the new recruits that were tested failed the lie detector test, meaning we got very corrupt people trying to become Border Patrol agents. Here's Dr. Moss telling you what is in vaccines. 127 measles vaccine deaths have occurred. Dr. Moss, Kafka Winston World has this story. Okay, we'll play that too. She's awesome. She's really doing a lot of work. Investigative journalists popping up. They don't get a lot of money for their AdSense dollars. They're not about that. These people are legitimate, real people. They're not trying to, just keep profiting like so many try to do on AdSense. It sucks. You know that the TSA also 91% failure rate of checking packages when the TSA was tested by Department of Homeland Security about a year and a half ago. They failed 91% of all the incoming packages for explosives and contraband. So we've got wasteful spending going on there too. The TSA costs $7 billion a year to frisk you and bother you and harass you, and not one time have they ever intercepted a terrorist, other than the panty bomber, which turned out to be kind of a joke. Yeah, so TSA's got to go. I plan on to cut costs. I plan on eliminating the TSA and phasing out the TSA and bringing in border guard, basically Coast Guards, National Guards, men and women in plain clothes. That would be the best solution to replace the TSA. They're already on staff. They're making money as it is. Why not just have them work in cities, at airports? It'd be so simple. And we wouldn't have to increase the taxes. We could lower the taxes on jet travel. All of that could help people want to get into the jets, get through the lines quicker. All of this could be fast-tracked and made much more amenable to travel. There we go. Cool. The National Composting Plan will also include food, byproducts coming out of stores that are just wasteful food items that don't really go anywhere. Right now, our country wastes more than 50% of its food that comes in. We want to keep our cattle happy, so we're going to eliminate glyphosate from Roundup. Will no longer be able to be sold in the shelves in America when I become president. I'll help work with Dow Chemical to transition to completely natural herbicides, if there's such. But it's clearly not working for our milk industry. We got to get our milk cleaner. Roundup is found in 93% of our urine now, which is very dangerous to our human genome. And the nature of glyphosate is that you could easily get contaminated. If we've got contamination in our food cycle, in our bodies, it's going to lead to death. And I don't want that to happen to anybody if we can avoid it. Well, it will affect you when you start growing a tumor in your abdomen. You wonder, I don't understand that. I've been eating GMO food all my life. Why should I start a tumor now? Well, after 4 months of testing, Dr. Seralini, the Italian scientist who found out that Roundup was not tested right, GMOs were not tested right. Basically, GMOs in laboratory rats started producing tumors at 4 months. It turns out that Monsanto only tested rats from 0 to 3 months. So it looked like it was perfectly fine, but at 4 months to 24 months, a lot of the rats started developing tumors. So yeah, you're one of those rats. The U.S. population, human genome affected based on rat mutagenicity studies shows that we would be hit at about 40 years old. We'd start to develop tumors, as opposed to 4 months, 40 years old. Yeah, also the U.S. has bovine somatotropin treated cows in 49 states. Yeah. And I'm against the PPST B treating plant, growth hormones in milk, try to avoid those. A lot of the milks that you're getting now say no growth hormones. You may want to go with those. And try to avoid ultra pasteurized. The word ultra pasteurized is just taking your ability to process vitamin D out of the milk equation. Yeah, hormone treated cattle have higher levels of insulin and carcinogens in their milk, and they pass it on through the food chain. I know. Well, there's hormones given to a lot of cattle just to keep them alive. Okay. So, right. This is fascinating. Jeff Boston. Right. Susan B. Anthony was born in 1820, and she was brought up in a Quaker family. She was an icon in human rights for women. And Donald Trump just was asked a question about Susan B. Anthony, and found out that people said, "Have you even heard of Susan B. Anthony?" Trump stuns women at a women's empowerment event when asked, "Have you heard of Susan B. Anthony?" Yeah, it's unbelievable. She's doing wonderful things for women, like she was still alive. Born in 1820. Milk is cheap at Trader Joe's. Yeah, I might consider buying milk at Trader Joe's. My market is jumping their price up pretty heavily for milk. Argentinian immigrant blasted shaming Trump. Okay. Gracias. Yeah, so Trump totally blew the whole women's event. He's not very well briefed. I mean, I think Sean Spicer is his briefing agent. He doesn't know anything. He's lost. You see? Yeah, an Argentinian immigrant blasted after shaming Trump in Facebook post that shows she pays her taxes. See, she's an immigrant, but she's paying her taxes. She's coming back strong. I know. Look at the Susan B. Anthony coins. He doesn't even know that the mint has been minting Susan B. Anthony coins. He's that detached from reality. Donald Trump needs to step down, folks. He's functionally illiterate. He can barely read. He just wanted to be president because he wanted to keep his business going. You didn't get that. He's dumb as a stump. Scissor Fight's been saying it all along. Trump the stump. Dumb as a stump. He's a joke. And nobody's laughing. Yeah, you Trump tards really blew it when you picked him. I feel sorry for the country because, we're all suffering now. It doesn't make sense. We're wasting valuable time. We could be building industry. Unbelievable. Dump to Trump, dump. Dump Trump. Let's see if we can pull up the stump here. This is one of the most eviscerating cartoons I've ever seen. It's a visceral. It's like he's crapping out of his dump stump. Here we go. Excuse me, Mr. Evisceral. Very funny. But yeah, that's the Trump stump dump. Yep. We need a stump grind. We need an actual person other than Devin Nunes to investigate the Russian connection. I mean, really. I know we may not all agree about, the involvement Russia has in our country's election. You may think that it's no big deal that Russia rigged our election and forced us to vote for Trump. And maybe rigged the votes for all we know. You're okay with the fact that Trump's president. I'm not. He stole 10 of my ideas. He's kept me censored in every way from the mainstream media. And here's the ultimate testimony to his ignorance and lack of historical knowledge. It's ridiculous. This man needs to go back to just being a grandpa or something. We don't need Captain Kangaroo as president. This is ridiculous. Media could not be played. Is this real life? Josh Billinson. Is this real life? Do you think Trump knows Susan B. Anthony and Frederick Douglass were friends, worked together on universal suffrage, knows who they were? Chelsea Clinton, wow. Chelsea making a big move in there twittering with the Trumpster. I think her parents are putting her up to this. Chelsea, you know we're going down with a blaze of glory with the Clinton Global Initiative. You're going to have to field your own oats, Chelsea. Yeah. She lost her speaking role as a commentator at MSNBC because she doesn't spit her words out. That's okay. She'll learn.
All right, world.
Ban health insurance and subsidize care itself. Yeah. Okay. I haven't been too really happy with this guy. He seems a little bit too socialist to me. Yeah. Trump and presidential check. Here we go. Checklist of all things that Trump wanted to accomplish in his first 60 days. Here's the Trump presidential checklist. Defeat ISIS. Scratch that. Ban Muslims. Nah, can't do it. It's illegal. Repeal Obamacare. Change. Still left blank. Build a wall. We can't make Mexico pay for it. Don't play too much golf. That's scratched out completely. He's played 13 rounds of golf. I don't know how many holes in a round. What, 20 holes? 9 holes? 12, 15 holes? Investigate Hillary. Big question mark there. Drain the swamp. No, replace the swamp with my friends. Check mark. Make no cuts to Medicare. Yeah, made a lot of cuts to Medicare. A lot of old people are going to be suffering. Refuse salary. Yeah. I think he's making more money out of his penthouse suites in Trump Plaza than he would as a salary. In fact, I calculated he's making nearly $400,000 a month renting out 2 floors of the suite at the bottom of the Trump Plaza so that the Secret Service can guard Melania and Barron because Barron has to finish his last year at school. We're spending millions upon millions of dollars, and we're giving a lot of it to Donald Trump directly, so he doesn't need a salary. Build the Keystone Pipeline with American steel. He's going for Chinese steel or Turkish steel or something. Blame Obama and the media for making promises I can't keep. Check mark. Guaranteed. So much winning with this president. Yeah, he's just a winner. Oh yeah, he's coming out strong. The golf is amazing. Never odd or even. Never odd or even. Yeah, never odd or even has a good point. Golf sucks. It's a game where fat people who try to think that they're working off their lobster dinner walk around getting fatter. They're not burning calories. They're not even getting their elevated heart rate going to a level that's actually good for your cardio. They're just like out there going, well, yeah, I'm going to big a deal. Rex Tillerson's out there right now working with the Russians trying to swing a deal on the pipeline. You know, this is the kind of communication they're doing out there. Old boy network on steroids. You got the worst possible people in government now, man. You people who believed that Trump was anti-establishment were so stupid it was beyond belief. What's wrong with you people? Are you like squares? You not wake up in the morning and realize that there are liars born every day like Trump? Okay, are you a PGA golfer? Yeah. John Daly, the PGA golfer, was found passed out in a Hooters parking lot once. Yeah, we knew that. So 18 holes is too long. 9-hole golf is where it's at. So you guys do 9 holes, and then you take a 2-hour lunch break where you drink 6 beers, and then try to find your way to the steering wheel of your car where you barely make it home to greet your wife going, "How's you doing, babe?" I got you. You're special. Well, hey, golfing is a game. I'm not going to play it. I did real well in golfing a long time ago. They elected Charlie Sheen as president. I know. Good point, Jeff. I had a hole-in-one when I was a kid. So I said, I'm going to stop with that. Hey, here's hybrid human alien children, Bridget, as in Bridge E.T. Nelson. She's going to take you on a wondrous journey the next few minutes while I queue up all the videos. But I want to sign off and say thank you for watching me, and we'll be back tomorrow night with our Technology Thursday show. The big thing about Obamacare is if we brought in mobile medical units, if we brought in more public doctors, and we offered a public option, not mandatory, mind you, just a really good deal for health insurance, we'd be fine. We really would. It's the ripoff, the rising cost of health care that's really turned our country upside down with Obamacare. And again, I really do contend the only way we're going to get rid of Obamacare is to go after the fraudulent birth certificate of Barack Obama. And I'm not kidding. And I'm going to keep riding this because I'm very tenacious. I really believe that this guy deceived the American people and got away with it for 8 years, and Trump hasn't done a damn thing at all. Hang on, we've got a report that just came in from a story, U.S. Weekly. What really happened the night Tiger crashed his SUV? Really? This is pretty weird that this had come in right now. Huh. Tiger, are you there? Tiger? Hold up, Tiger? Okay, sorry. Investigative reporter Gerald Posner spoke to 2 sources who claimed to know what really happened the November night Tiger Woods crashed his SUV. Posner, who appeared on NBC show Monday, said his 2 sources have discussed various details of the night with Woods' wife, Ellen, but they are speaking on the condition. This is a 2010 story you posted. What the hell? Facial recognition in the toilet. Was I censoring you? I'm sorry. Don't stop, because we can't stop. Yeah, I haven't played that in a long time, have I? Yeah. 2010. You want to rock? Okay, let's rock. And then we'll say goodnight. We'll get a little exercise here. And then, or if, or both. All right, good night, everybody. Thanks for coming in. I'll be signing off after this, but we will have videos all the way to 2 in the morning, and I'll be in the chat room.
Peter has come to the studio to show us the very latest piece of electronic equipment, a computer that makes music. Hello, Peter.
Hello. I've got a microphone here, and since my voice is about the only thing we've got around that makes a noise, let's try.
We can't stop.
And that's do. And we're ready to play it. So now if we type in P, M, full stop, P, C, something, and that gives...
We can't stop.
You can also play it on...
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
Now what you can also do, see, is the fact that you can get that sound to be played by the computer, playing a tune that I've already got inside the computer, waiting. Now all I need to do is call up the next page. and we're ready to play.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's people, in this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, been head on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing up divisions. If you ain't up to speed, you need to speed it up on the piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
All right, well, yeah, get on to the next thing here. Well, let's make it happen.
You waste some time.
I thank the gentleman. I yield back the balance.
Before the gentleman yields back, will the gentleman yield to me from
I yield to the chairman.
I applaud this bill. I've been a supporter of this bill for a number of years now. We're different in the United States of America, and I say this frequently. We're different. We are self-critical. We actually do things that other countries would never even dream of doing, and that is we do look under the hood. We do self-examine. We do err on the side of openness and transparency. And the idea that we would allow an auditor to come in and look at the full scope of the Federal Reserve strikes me as something that we could and should be doing in the spirit of making this country as responsible as we can, as accountable as we can, and that knowledge is a good thing, not a bad thing, to allow an organization as powerful and as deeply seated into our economy as the Federal Reserve without having that independent auditor that we can go in and review that's just irresponsible. That's just burying your head in the sand and saying we'd much rather operate in ignorance rather than saying, yeah, we're going to do an audit and we can look at it and maybe there's something there, maybe it's not. Maybe we can have a more robust discussion. Maybe those students who are going to studying economics can learn from what went well and what didn't go well, so we don't make those mistakes again. And that's I think who we are as the United States of America. I think it's a responsible thing to do, and I applaud Mr. Massey for helping to push this forward. So I yield back to the gentleman from Florida, and
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
I yield back too. And good night, and have a great evening. Get some sleep. Take care.